Alexa, TalkSport, please.
TalkSport from News Broadcasting.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he would get them where they wanted to go. Clearly, he hadn't been able to because the failings in the Cup of America brought forward a decision. I mean, people like Jesse Marshall would have been hanging around for the American Cup, probably, you know, a bit disappointed to the Canadian one now. But look, that's football, isn't it?
It is indeed. TalkSport's US Sport editor is Brian T. Smith, and Brian joins us live. Brian, good afternoon to you. This is a sad end for Berhalter. What do you make of it?
If you're all the talk about Southgate, right? You know, the United States would love to have someone as intelligent, as capable, as talented as Southgate as a manager, and obviously they don't have that. This is an absolute embarrassment for the United States men's national team. This is they should have fired him after the match. That's how bad it was, and this all hinges on the World Cup, right? In 2 years, you will have the World Cup in the United States of America, obviously in Canada, and in Latin America, in Mexico. But they cannot accept this anymore. And so, as bad as it looks, as reactionary as it might be, because they chose to stick with him, if you're going to have the World Cup in your country and you can't even basically get out of the group round in Copa, and it's been a fairly weak Copa tournament overall, they had no choice but to make this move. And as you just mentioned, Jim, now the question is, who do they hire? Who can you actually find that can turn all of this around in 1 year when you're really not going to have much practice time together before World Cup? They're not going to be able to really put this team together. This is just an absolute failure for a United States soccer program, football program that was supposed to be on the rise, and they're only going backward at the worst possible time.
Wow, I can hear you're upset by what's happened regards to the US quite clearly, Brian. One name that is being pushed, and has indeed been pushed by Tim Howard, is that of Jurgen Klopp. What chance, Brian, is there of that coming about?
Yeah, we actually had a story at TalkSport.com about this that I wrote last week, and that was coming from Howard, and on the surface, it's absolutely brilliant. It's the answer. Could it actually happen? Is it reasonable? Do they have the money to this? Would he want to take this job on? Simon and you could answer that question better than I do, because you guys are so plugged in over here. I know that being over here for a year and watching everything, watching England's beautiful win last night at a local pub, this is my biggest observation. You know, spending my entire adult life in America and being over here for the last year. The United States soccer program.
Well, Brian,
yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in because the former first team coach of Manchester United,
Yep.
Rennie Blumenstein, is with us, currently number 2 with the Australian national team. The USA job, Rennie, this is a great gig for somebody, isn't it?
It's a fantastic job, but with an enormous amount of pressure, of course, because in 2 years' time, like Brian says, you're hosting the World Cup and you want to have a representative team. So must be a major disappointment for everybody involved to get knocked out in the group stages. And you look at the developments that have taken place over the last 20 years or so regarding the MLS and how strong that has become, and the USL and the USL Pro, etc. So you would expect, the thing is this, that the quality of that MLS is still not yet that strong as the strongest leagues in the world. Therefore, if there's not many players playing in those leagues, you don't necessarily get a strong national team.
Yeah, you were out there recently, Simon, right?
Yeah, bloody awful. The standard of the MLS is poor. I mean, the only players on the field I went to see into Miami who were top of their division play against St. Louis, and the quality from the American players was abject. The only players on the field that had any quality were the foreign players, obviously Messi and a half-fit Suarez, and Busquets and a few other people, Jordi Alba. But the bottom line is you look at American soccer, you look what its development is, you look at their players. I thought in the World Cup they were a decent side under Greg. They were better than England in the game when England played against them in the qualifying group that we went to. They were the better side. Yeah. In recent times, besides the fact that they've lost games they're disappointed with, they've drawn against the Brazilians. So it's not a disaster, but I don't think that American soccer is anywhere near the level where, despite the fact that they projected a $15 billion revenue stream to FIFA, which is why they got the World Cup in the first place, because Trump told FIFA that they'll get $15 billion for this World Cup to FIFA, so of course they went to the highest bidder. I think they were a mile off, and there's nothing wrong with having ambitions, and there's not a parallel universe in this life, the next life, if you're living in with the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, whatever fantasy tale you want to imagine, that Jurgen Klopp is going to be managing the USA soccer team. It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, Brian.
And that's exactly where I was going. Is if you look at MLS compared to Premier League, you can't even have the conversation, right? I've covered MLS. I've gone into Premier League matches. You watch everything over here. It's just two different worlds. And so if you are Klopp, as much as American fans want to dream of that, and that's the perfect answer, why would he want to take that job? I think you could give him a blank check. He's too intelligent. He's coming off such a high with Liverpool. He walked away for his version of the peak. He would be perfect to unite the fans, to create energy, all those things they did at Liverpool. But that's almost a thankless job. You have to make the semifinals for that to really work. All they're doing is pumping money in, but as everyone just said, they don't have the talent. They're still too far behind for their talent. A manager isn't going to fix that and be able to fix that in a very short time period. They're in a really difficult spot right now.
Brian, finally, incredible scenes last night for those who don't know in the Copa America in Charlotte, North Carolina. Liverpool's Darwin Núñez ended up scrapping with people in the stands. What happened?
Well, speaking of disasters, I mean, that's an absolute embarrassment. And you see their words, how passionate they were, how frustrated that they were. But I'm sorry. Unless you see your family being, visibly attacked in front of you, you can't go into the stands. And there were things going on. I'm sure there'll be investigations. There's already talk of suspensions. But we know with Premier League, NFL, NBA, it doesn't matter. The second a player goes into the stands and they're throwing punches, or you're trying to bite somebody, or whatever you're doing, security has to be involved. And so the fact that it even got to that point, that should never, ever happen. Copa's been a miss. Copa's been a miss in the stadiums, the unsold tickets. The tournament hasn't been that great. This should be setting the stage for the United States hosting the World Cup, and they just don't look right now like they know what they're doing. They have to be better than this.
Crazy scenes. Brian T. Smith, thank you very much indeed, TalkSport's US sport editor. Before we hit another break, let's head back to Lords, because as I understand it, John Norman, another wicket in the cricket.
There has been another wicket in the cricket, and a little bit of a crazy scene here, because Ben Stokes has lost middle stump. It's come the way of spin, the first wicket to fall at spin. We didn't see Shoaib Bashir bowl at all yesterday for England, but it's Moti, the slow left armour, so he's getting the ball to turn into the left-handed Stokes. This is pitched up outside the eye line of Stokes, who went for a big slog sweep, and the ball has moved in a mile. It's taken middle stump, and Stokes has got to go with just 4 runs next to his name. That brings in another debutant, Jamie Smith. He's about to face his first ball in international cricket. They'll hope his day goes as well as his Surrey and England teammate yesterday, Gus Atkinson, who took 7 for 45. England's lead is a good one over the West Indies, 133, but the skipper's gone. England 254 for 5.
John Norman, thank you very much indeed. We're lakeside here in Dusseldorf in our final hour today before we head off to Berlin to begin the build-up to Sunday's final, England against Spain. Brendan Mullenstein alongside Sam. And when we come back, we'll talk about the departure of one of the power brokers in the Premier League. Amanda Staveley parts company with Newcastle United. Look at that in a second.
Now on Netflix. Foley. Did you say Foley? Eddie Murphy is back as Axel Foley. This isn't my first time in Beverly Hills. Hitting the streets and turning up the heat. Jeez, you're gonna give me another heart attack. I got an idea. No, this is a bad idea. Get ready for the most action-packed reunion of the summer. Whoa! What are you doing? Give this some backup. Foley! Stop! God, I missed you, Axel. Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F. Only on Netflix.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set time out to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Get the match ready with Club Card prices. Like Plaza Centro Prosecco 75 centilitres, now £5, down from £7. With Tesco Club Card, every clearer. To lower prices, Tesco, every little helps. Food now 18 plus in Belgium at large stores until 15th of July. Club Card are app required.
We are getting so close. Let's keep everything the same to keep the good luck.
Yeah, same t-shirt, couch spot, same place to buy the snacks.
I've got lucky BP on the way back from Leeds. I can't go back at... Fine, I'll go back to the Lucky BP.
Yeah.
Lucky BP! Lucky BP!
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Stop, listen, chicken. The 8 mini fillet bucket, $6.99. 8 succulent mini fillets. Buy, eat, digest. Good, repeat. Believe in deals, believe in chicken. Until 21st of July, subject to availability. Participating restaurants only. Not available on delivery. See website for full T's and C's.
Talk sport traffic.
A62 in Cheshire is closed westbound north of Warrington. 7 at Rainhill Stoops after an accident. There are long delays in both directions. Q2 and northbound M6 heading towards and past the M63. A1 in Bedfordshire is closed southbound at the A428 junction south of St Neots after a vehicle bridge causing long delays. And in Surrey, the A24 remains closed northbound from Parks Green roundabout near Ockley. And all roundabouts at Leatherhead off from Beatlesville on Tuesday. The latest on Russell Holding.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh. He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
Unstoppable Sports Radio. Yeah! UEFA Euro 2024 Germany on Talk Sport. Join me, Emmanuel Petit, for my thoughts, views and reaction during the tournament we've all been waiting for. On Talken Sporten und Talken Sporten 2. Why listen to anything else? Simon Jordan's football business roundup on Talk Sport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Join Tesco Mobile and get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. Tesco Mobile, every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/business.
Just gone 20 past 12 back home. This is Thursday, July the 11th. It seems like it is many days since we left the UK and headed out here to Germany, and that's pretty much the case. But it all gets down to this weekend, of course. England-Spain in the final. Enough of that for the moment. We're going to round up one of the top business stories with Tesco Mobile for Business. Simon is alongside Brennan Lilstein here lakeside in Dusseldorf. Simon, let's you and I concentrate on this one. United co-owners Amanda Staveley and Verdad Gudosi, her husband, set to leave the football club. Of course, Newcastle now under Saudi ownership, and Amanda Staveley very much central to the brokering of that deal, which saw the Saudis go into Newcastle United. Before you give me your take on that, you probably well remember, Simon, I'm sure the listeners do, the morning that Newcastle fans were down in London, and we were joined by one or two of them who were calling in. They were protesting in London over what they perceived to be the Premier League dragging its feet over the Saudi takeover of their football club. That was way back in July 2021. Seems like a long time ago now, and it certainly pretty much is. Amanda Staveley joined us that day on the show, and one thing led to another between yourself and herself. and it pretty much developed. You might recall this. Have a listen.
The government have already responded with the DCMS saying it's nothing to do with them about the internal processes of the Premier League. It's for the Premier League to resolve that. And the 20 clubs in the Premier League, of which Newcastle are one, are well gifted to change that rule to bring arbitration and matters like this into the public domain, and transparency is a matter. Of course, it's for the Premier League and the 20 clubs, of which Newcastle have had 28 years to vote for a change around transparency of arbitration rules. So what's your point? So what my point is what you're barking at.
Simon, I think actually you're wrong, and I'll tell you why. Sport has changed. You said you've got 20 years and you're barking at the moon. Well, actually, football's changed dramatically in the last 2 years.
I agree with you.
Okay? I know you're not so ideal, and I'm not going to get into a splitting fight over on Talk Sport. Okay? And that's fine. You have your opinions, and that's fine.
Okay.
You've never met me. You don't know who I am. You've never looked at our business plan, and you've never considered. And you aren't allowed to back over the last...
Maddie, you just said you didn't want to have a battle, so let's not get into that, because now you're getting into it.
Can't to answer your question.
On you go, Amanda. On you go.
The Premier League have the right, you're right, to vote this. And that's what we might do. That's what we asked to do. But there is a board. The Premier League is run by a board. And those boards are allowed to make decisions about how these processes run. Now, arbitration was a particular point on a particular point of law. It is not something that you can say is typical of the process that has been going on to do with sports arbitration over the last year. So if the Premier League can make that decision, you're right. The government has asked for, the government has said this process should be transparent. They're supportive of it. Why don't you think, Simon, it should be?
And that was that. Amanda Staveley joined us that day. She was adamant, Simon, that a deal would happen. Yeah. And indeed it did. Amanda brought the Saudis to the Premier League, and they became the owners of Newcastle United. Does the same Amanda Staveley, who is now leaving Newcastle United, does she go down as one of the most influential, significant power brokers in Premier League history?
For Newcastle, I think she's been very influential. We have to recap properly on what actually was happening, which was that the Saudis were pirating beIN Signal and nicking their Premier League games and broadcasting them in Saudi. And no one, not Amanda or anybody, was able to forecast that about a week later, no, it's a bit longer than that, 2 months later, sorry, that's out of the blue, the Saudis were going to cop to piracy, which was the only reason the Premier League was stopping them from owning the football club. Because it wouldn't be appropriate for Fox to be in a hen house. You can't nick the broadcast signal and ultimately pirate something and then be invited into the game. No one's going to want to do that. So there was a complete and utter change, which was they copped to piracy, BLQ being the broadcast board from Saudi. They paid £1 billion of compensation to beIN, and the Premier League waved through a transaction that they had no reasons to object to. Of course, they should be objecting to it, because it really shouldn't be allowed for a nation state to buy a football club, which is what's happened, with this ridiculous assumption that they haven't, when the same people that run the Live Golf have copped to being a nation state, the PIF fund. But Amanda was very influential in getting some very, very well-heeled, financially adept people into a position to buy Newcastle United. And you've given her credit for it. And she has to be given credit for that. I mean, she has said some stupid things over the last 2 or 3 years. She did get herself into a difficult position with Steve Bruce, so she almost got herself sued over saying ridiculous things about him in terms of the fact he didn't want to manage the football club and couldn't wait to get out the door. She has been prone to turning around to telling everybody that they're going to win everything from the Premier League.
Yeah,
and that's probably unadvised. She has also sat on business conferences and said things that perhaps Lee said suit us tremendous, but we've all done that. And she has had fallout with Mike Ashley, because ultimately it wasn't money for Mike Ashley to buy the shares that she had in the first place and had to repay that. But she would have been absolutely fundamental with her Rolodex to getting these guys. Of course, there's a natural fit between a London property developer like Jamie Rubin and Newcastle. Nothing to do with property deals they might be doing in Newcastle, it's all about football. But these guys are at the table. It gives Newcastle an opportunity, and Amanda was part of that. And, you know, I said to you that she won't be there for that long. She's been there longer than I anticipated. But you cannot discredit the fact that she was instrumental in bringing these, whether you think they're right or wrong for the Premier League, and I happen to think whichever club that a nation state buys is probably wrong for the ecosystem of football. But that ship has sailed, we've allowed it. And Amanda Staveley goes away having done very nicely for herself out of the transaction, and Newcastle have got a set of owners that will benefit them in the longer game, probably in the eyes of the fans much more than like Ashley ever did, evidently.
Yeah.
Because you can see a football team.
But she succeeded in a high-stakes game, didn't she? She succeeded in terms of what she set out to do.
Well, it depends if you're the Saudis. If you think that the cost implications and of some of the decisions that she made along the way to getting the journey done, which ultimately involved them paying £1 billion in compensation to Bian, and a whole raft of costs to get to the point where they could acquire the football club, is great for them. Then that's the view that they have or they don't have. Amanda got them in the door. They bought Newcastle, and you look at it for £300 million. You look at a team in the Premier League for £300 million. When you look at clubs being sold for £2.5 billion, it's a great deal. It's a great deal, and she was instrumental in that. But it wasn't her money. So with that, with all due respect, she was clever at manipulating the circumstances to get people to want to buy a football club. She orchestrated the deal. She got 10% shareholding out of it. She probably cashed out very nicely out of that. Fair play to her. Fair play to her.
Yeah. So Amanda Staveley and her husband Verdan Gudusi set to leave Newcastle United. We'll keep a close watch on that as these clubs and of course managers get back to the day job, get back to their clubs and preparing for next season. As crazy as that sounds, as we're still out here at the Euros, that was one of the top business stories in the world of football, and we did that thanks to Tesco's Business Roundup. Stay with us. We're going to 12:30 back home, 1:30 over here in Düsseldorf.
Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Join Tesco Mobile and get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. Tesco Mobile, everything helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/business. First times. Remember those? Like the wonder of reading your first fairy tale. Now imagine the wonder of gazing at the fairy tale spires of Elf's Castle, or the delight you'll feel with our Love It First Time guarantee. If you don't love all the breathtaking first times on your first Saga River cruise, we'll give you your money back. 2025 season now on sale. Search Saga River Cruises. Experience is everything. Report must be made in first 72 hours or 48 hours if cruise is 7 nights or less. Full terms apply. Over 50s only.
You got a little wager with Paddy Power on this one then? Yeah, mate. Big man to score anytime. I'm backing him. Oh, it looks like it's the big man who's coming off. Oh, he's going to struggle to score from the bench, pal. Oh. Fear not, punter, because with Paddy Power Super Sub, your bet carries over to the player coming on. So now, all subs are super. Paddy Power. Football, you're going to love it. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+BWA.org.
Hi. Say hello to Chase, voted best British bank by our customers.
Award-winning. Tell me more.
Well, you can save for summer with up to 10 easy access saver accounts.
Like that new restaurant with a quirky name.
Absolutely.
And for tickets to the tennis or cricket.
Why not? And if you want to escape this weather, you can set up a holiday account too.
Now you're talking.
Just search Chase Bank. Chase, voted best British bank by our customers 2 years running. 18+ UK residents. Chase current account required.
Live music, fabulous food, superstars and supercars. It's CarFest 2024 with BP Pulse. Supercharge your summer with over 500 cars on display from F1 collections to GT races. There's breathtaking track shows, masterclasses and even a chance to go for a spin. Plus amazing guests from the worlds of acting, comedy and live music from Richard Ashcroft, UB40, Deacon Blue and so many more. August Bank Holiday Weekend at Lamslade Park, Farm, Hampshire. Get your tickets now at carfest.org.
So good. You'll just have to ring that bell. What's that? You haven't got a bell? That's cool. You can ring any bell. Church bell, cowbell, doorbell, bus bell. You can even ring an Annabelle.
Hello, Annabelle speaking.
That's it. That's the sweet sound of... Oh, okay, you want more bells. Dinner bells, bike bells, dumbbells, sleigh bells, tubular bells, hells bells. Any bell, anywhere, anytime you like. That's the sweet sound of investing with AJ Bell. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. The value of investments can go down.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Booking Geniuses. Get up to 5 gigs of free mobile data for your holiday when you book with On the Beach. FaceTime, Facebook, and a face full of patatas bravas. On the Beach. Book like a genius. Holiday like a fool.
Conditions and exclusions apply. At all protected.
God's beach. Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction, like finishing the last bite of the Gourmet King's barbecue steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only William Hill. Available day before match to kick off. Bet Builder with 3-1 selections of 3-1 or more. Free match, singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
24 Mannschaften, 10 Austragungsorte, 51 Spiele.
Would you believe it?
Euro 2024 Germany.
On Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2.
Talk Sport. News.
Hi, it's Emma with your headlines. England fans are dreaming of a bank holiday if the Three Lions win Euro 2024, and it could be a possibility. The new Prime Minister said the country should get an extra one when England was preparing to take on Italy back in the Euro 2020 final. So TalkSport asked Sergio Thomas' team if he's going to grant one if we win on Sunday. We're waiting for a reply on that. More searches have taken place at the house in Enfield following the deaths of 3 women in Bushey. The wife and 2 daughters of racing commentator John Hunt were victims of an apparent crossbow attack on Tuesday night. TalkSport's racing correspondent Rupert Bell has known John for 30 years.
And my heart goes out to John Hunt and all his close family, his one other daughter who survived as well, wasn't involved in the incident.
The suspect is still in hospital following a manhunt, and issues with card payments are being reported. Some shoppers have been turned away from supermarkets because of problems with Visa and MasterCard.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you need a professional grade sealant with high mold resistance, easy tooling and minimal shrinkage, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
England's last-minute hero, Ollie Watkins, is the engine of the train, according to one of his early managers. And the happiest day of his life, JJ Wow Polinia, has completed his switch from Fulham to Bayern Munich. Ben has more at 1.
Talken Sporten und Talken Sporten 2.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Absolutely magnificent.
Every twist, every tackle, every tantalizing touch of the ball.
What a goal!
With an unsurpassed team of experts, post-match pundits, and on-location German people. Yeah! UEFA Euro 2024 Germany on Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2. The Euros Effect on Talk Sport with Intuit QuickBooks. Enjoy more of the football with simple, smart accounting software that helps you business differently. Search QuickBooks to find out more.
Welcome back. Just gone 12:30 back home, 1:30 here in Dusseldorf in Germany. We're in Dusseldorf for the last time today as we head to Berlin after that for the final on Sunday, England against Spain. But we're looking at some of the main names, some of the eye catchers here at the Euros. And we're doing that with Intuit QuickBooks. I'm delighted to say alongside Simon is former Manchester United first team coach Rennie Millicent, who's been with us. Rennie, you just said to me, how long have we got to go? We've got a half hour to go. You can't believe you've been live on air and Talk Sport for 2.5 hours.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, time flies when you're having fun, Jim.
Rennie, we're delighted that you joined us, my friend, and thank you for being here today, so soon after some Dutch heartbreak last night as Holland went out at the expense of England. You know the player we're going to talk about, Rennie. We're going to talk about this youngster, Lamine Yamal, of course, who will line up, we're quite certain of that, for Spain against England on Sunday. Plays for Barcelona. He's 16 years of age. He's 17 on Saturday. It's quite incredible what Barcelona have done with this lad. They've thrown him in right from the start, and he's a first-team regular. And now it seems a first-team regular for Spain. Host of La Liga TV, Phil Kitramalides, was speaking about young Yamal and told us what he thought of him.
17 the day before the final, he came out here and he still had to fit his high school exams, so he had to sit that online. He passed them, by the way, which is good news for
He
everyone.
passed, so that was good. He passed his exam.
That was good, yeah. What I've got on him, they've got a €1 billion release clause on him, which I think Joan Laporta, the president, will be very pleased about, and he'll be rubbing his hands with glee right about that. It's the best thing that Barcelona have got going for them, and he's just an incredible talent. And last night, that felt like an iconic goal. That felt like a goal that we're going to talk about for a long, long time. The youngest ever goal scorer at a Euros, scoring against France in a semi-final in that fashion is really quite memorable.
That was Phil Kitromilides talking about young Lamine Yamal. 16, Rennie, 17 on Saturday morning. You've dealt with so many players in your time, and you've worked with so many top players in your time. This kid looks as if he's going to become a top player. But how much special treatment do you need to give a lad of this age at this time, with the profile being so high?
You need to protect him. You know, making sure that he's like
We've got many wins, haven't we? He's doing well. He's doing
you know, because also not only he's very skillful and what he shows, but he can only form at that level if you're mentally already almost older. You need to be, you know, dealing with certain pressures, you know, and expectations again. And that's what I like about him. He's got this freshness, this being young, just express himself, you know, expressiveness, what you see in the game. But still, at the end of the day, Spain is here, you know, playing in the semi-final against France. There's expectations there. They went behind, and that is when it matters. That's when you need to come up with the goods, and that is one of the signs that you're looking at a really, really good player.
I'm quite sure, Rennie, that Lamine would love to have a similar pathway as the one that we've witnessed young Jude Bellingham has had. We've spoken about this before, Rennie. I spoke to Jude when he was 16. He was at the Den in Millwall. Came off the pitch after playing for Birmingham that night. And he spoke about the journey he himself hoped to go on. So there are parallels here between young Bellingham and this youngster, Lamine Yamal. This was Jude on that occasion.
You've got a dream big, haven't you? So, you know, and any kid's dream is to play at the top and make an impact and, you know, have an effect on the game, like leave a legacy. So that's what I'll try and do. But at the end of the day, I'm here at Birmingham City, and game by game I've just got to keep showing what I can do, keep trying to entertain people and keep working hard.
I mean, Rennie, he was talking about leaving a legacy, and he was 16.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that, because when I started to work with Cristiano Ronaldo when he came to Manchester United, and he was 18 at the time, we had similar conversations in terms of, I know exactly what you want. And he looked at me like, how do you know? He says, I know, we want to become the best footballer in the world. The only thing is now is to devise strategies to get there. What do you need to do? What do you need to improve, etc. So this sort of, having this ultimate aim of leaving a legacy is not a bad thing, because in any walk of life, and Simon will tell that, any people that has got good clear aims, targets, good purpose to what they do, and therefore you get direction, and then you get achievement, and you get closer to what you want to achieve. Because if you haven't got anything, you go anywhere, you go off, you don't know where you went. But if you know clearly where you want to get to, step by step, you know how to get there. And yes, you need help around you, like this young Yamal, you know, I like Bellingham's had, and look where he is now.
Did you see it in Cristiano? Yeah, this kid's going to go to the very top in world football. Even that early at United, did you see it in him?
Yes, because there was a conviction in him, in everything that he did, and a determination, because he knew he was on and off the pitch. His lifestyle, and look at him now, he's 39, you know, and he still looks like he's like 29. And that is part of it, you know, to making sure that you do everything in your own power that you can perform at your best, because the expectations are only getting higher. But the key is, if you have the highest expectation of yourself, you will always be able to raise the bar.
It's the same in business, I suppose, Simon.
Well, it is and it isn't, because the public domain business like sports has such a different set of parameters around it, and you've got to insulate them against some of the outside influences and some of the challenges and the expectation that gets piled upon them because of the nature of sport. The interesting difference between Bellingham and this kid is this kid's already in arguably one of the biggest clubs in the world, You know, Keith Bellingham started his career at Birmingham. People raved about him. His father allegedly didn't feel that Man United was the right move for him and took him to Germany, where there isn't quite the same hysteria, and he would be out of the way of people's perspectives, say in the UK, and he could develop his footballing career. And then he lands in Real Madrid, and he lands there in a phenomenal season, himself being phenomenal, the team being successful, winning the league, winning the Champions League. The manager, Ancelotti, being a perfect foil for him, which is ultimately very calm, very fatherly, but very structured in his thinking. Whereas this kid, at 17 years of age, has landed, or 16 years of age, sorry, landed in the Barcelona side. And Barcelona, irrespective of the fact that they aren't the Barcelona of old, maybe he wouldn't have got in the side so early. Barcelona weren't in some of the positions that they're in now, but he has. This £1 billion release clause, well, that's as long as his contract lasts. And if he decides to run his contract out, his £1 billion release clause will mean nothing to anybody. But the point is that he's doing it in a slightly different way. And of course it is business and circumstances such as other environments where you can give people an opportunity. There's nothing quite like, you don't get 17-year-old business more often than not. You might have had Zuckerberg as a young fella building Facebook, but you don't get a 17-year-old, 16-year-old protege with the whole world in love with him, the nation singing his name, and that kind of pressure and expectation is so important for these kids that they get insulated with the right voices and the right perspective. They don't start to believe their own hype, start to get tickets on themselves and start to think they've arrived, because they've got such a long career opportunity ahead of them. And he's at the beginning of his journey, and what we see at this moment in time is a really significant talent. Whether that talent will continue to evolve and develop is very key as to who he puts around him and which voices he listens to.
£1 billion release clause. I mean, Rennie, if he even dwell on that for a minute, what could that do to that lad? He's got to ignore that completely, hasn't he?
Absolutely. That's it, you know, that's just information for him, nothing else. He just needs to keep doing what he's doing, enjoying his football, and that is key. Keep learning, you know. And like I said, the interesting thing as well is what I like to see after that French game is the dynamics between young Yamal and all the senior players.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's so young and you've got so many experienced players, but the way that they sort of, you know, get together and he feels, obviously, and that is the key for young people, you need to feel safe. You understand? So if you get a lot of talent, and you get constantly criticised by all the players, it will knock the confidence out of you. And that is the key for all the players, to making sure that they support those sort of players, that they can keep expressing themselves.
It's due to all this, Rennie. If you're Southgate on Sunday and he starts for Spain, to tell one of your experienced players to somewhat target him.
In what way target him?
Involve him. Make sure you're on top of him right from the word go.
Yeah, but and again, you always do. You give players individual pointers about certain opposition where they can hurt. You know, and Yamal has got a great left foot, great technique. You know, double up with him, push him on the right hand side. You know, push him down the wing. You know, that sort of stuff. But if you leave him in 1v1s, he can come inside. Yeah, he's got a deadly left foot.
Look at the story on Sunday, couldn't he? What a story that would be. Young Lamine Yamal, would you believe it? And it is the case at Barcelona with a £1 billion release clause on his name, and he's not even 17 yet. He's 17 on Saturday. The following day, he should line up for Spain in the final in Berlin against England. We look to him in conjunction with Intuit QuickBooks. Stay with us. We're coming up to Q1 back home, Q2 here in Germany.
The Euros Effect on Talk Sport with Intuit QuickBooks. Enjoy more of the football with simple, smart accounting software that helps you business differently. Search QuickBooks to find out more.
You searched for your informant, but lips were sealed. You swept the city, driving closer to the truth. While curled up on the couch with your mate. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-pounding thrillers on Audible. Subscription required. See audible.co.uk for terms.
Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick off. Bet builders of 3+ selections of 3 to 1 or more. Pre-match singles, max stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Get the match ready with Club Card prices. Like Doritos tortilla chips, 180 grams, now £1.25, down from £2.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores in the 16th of July Club Card or app required.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of yes!
Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
My dear here, my dear there, heating, cooling everywhere. Same day quotes, next day delivery. You can even get a 10-year warranty.
Install split systems, VRF, chillers or heat pumps? My dear, a juggernaut in HVAC, manufacturing over 60 million systems per year and global sponsor of Manchester City, wants to make you our next MyPro signing. Win more, earn faster. That's the My Dear idea.
My dear. My dear.
Someone in the UK has got that Euro Millions feeling because they have won the incredible £33 million Euro Millions jackpot. I reckon they've had a bit of a dance. All around the house, then out the door, down the path and into the street. For all we know, they're probably still dancing. Go on, guys. Get that Euro Millions feeling. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Talk Sport traffic.
M62 in Cheshire is closed westbound north of Warrington from junction 9 at Winwick to 7 at Rainhill Stoops after an accident. There are long delays in both directions. Queues tubing up the northbound M6 towards and past there. From junction 23 at Haydock. The A1 in Bedfordshire is closed southbound at the A428 junction south of St Neots after a vehicle hit a bridge. There are long delays towards there. And in Surrey, the A24 remains closed northbound from Ockley to Leatherhead. Large diesel spill on Tuesday. The latest, I'm Russell Holden.
The broadcast partner of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
The goal is given.
Every game, every goal, every golden moment.
How close was that?
Euro White and John
On Talk Sport.
ZS.
Okay, for the last time, we say we are in Dusseldorf because we're about to leave this beautiful part of Germany and head on. We're heading to Berlin, of course. The final on Sunday, England against Spain, who will come out on top of that. We will look at that very briefly before we go in the dying moments of today. Mr. Jordan has been alongside former Manchester United first team coach Rennie Mullenstein. Rennie, you've got about an hour's drive. Have you back home to Holland?
Yeah, correct. Just a nice drive.
You've enjoyed it?
Yeah, I have, absolutely. Yeah.
Tell me why you made the effort to be here today. You mentioned in the break why it was so important for you to come on live with us today.
I would have been here if Holland would have knocked out England. You know, not a problem at all. But I think if you sometimes make bold statements and they don't work out, you have to show up as well. And that's one of the reasons why I was more than happy to come on Luke's request.
Producer Luke got a hold of you because you predicted that Holland would knock out England. They did not. One Dutchman who could well be on his way to England, Rennie, is a lad you know, the Bologna striker, the Dutchman Joshua Zirkzee. We understand that Manchester United very close to sealing the deal. Could be a 5-year deal. What do you think?
An interesting view. It's obviously a young and upcoming player. He got a few minutes on the pitch the other game for Holland. He's a tall boy. You know, strong, very, very skillful. You know what I mean? But it's a little bit of a surprising sort of signing to me. Not saying because again, when people come from other leagues into the Premier League, it takes a time to settle, and not all the players do ever settle. You see Højlund coming back in, you know what I mean, and he is not really yet there. But again, that's with young players. So it's interesting to see how Zirkzee is going to do that, because I would have expected maybe United to go for a little bit more of an experienced striker.
Okay, we'll watch for that one to go over the line. Alex Crook will be with me tomorrow morning in Berlin, and we'll bring you all the very latest transfer news. What we know is this: it has been quite a journey for us here representing Talk Sport in Germany at the Euros. Almost we're into our 5th week now, and it all comes down to the final on Sunday. It is England against Spain, and for Southgate and his men, it's been quite a journey for them getting there.
Let's take the trophy home. England off to a winning start. Boy, is there room for improvement. it up easily again. Bjorman, oh, it's in off the post from 30 yards.
They're flat as a pancake, they really are. I'm not sure any other team that's topped their group would have received the reception that we had.
It's a 0-0 draw. The Blues react from an element of the England support.
Did they top the group? Yes. Did they look like European champions? No.
Got no doubt in my mind that, you know, we've got what it takes to win this tournament.
Who can be the hero for England? Unbelievable! A Jude Bellingham overhead kick has spared all the brushes in the world.
Somehow we've got through. Could this be a turning point for England?
Been here before. England to get the job done from the spot.
We're trying to climb a mountain here, you know, there's a lot of steps along the way. And
Kyle Saka taking 3 or 4 quick steps back, but exercises demons brilliantly.
I'm so proud of him.
Trent Alexander-Arnold against Sommer. Not this time! Not this time!
3 semi-finals in 4 tournaments.
We don't want the story to end there.
These semi-final nights stay with you. And tension holds its collective breath. Head is motionless. Breathes out, runs up, right footed, and scores!
We all want to be loved, right?
So Harry Kane leaves the field, replaced by Ollie Watkins. Southgate gets it right, finally! Watkins making a good run forward here, and he's slipped him inside the penalty area, and he's in it! Oh! He hit it! He's just won it!
I'm so happy for everybody at home, and again, one more night.
Respect his name. The second final delivered by Gareth Southgate in the space of 3 years. It will be England-Spain on Sunday in Berlin. They have beaten the Netherlands.
Yes, they have. In spite of Rennie's prediction, and the Dutch are back home, it's England who head to Berlin, and we head there with them, and they take on Spain on Sunday. Simon, it seems like a long time since we arrived in Germany. We flew over, if you remember rightly, with some Scots fans.
we did.
And we arrived in Munich. We came live from the English Garten, which isn't unlike this scene here, lakeside in Dusseldorf. But it's been an experience in itself, travelling about the place. And I think we should emphasise the Germans have been wonderful.
They have, yeah, very, very much so. Very hospitable, very generous in their time and the way that they approach life in general. Even when I had to go to the dentist and have root canal fillings, it makes a difference between what we experience in our country, which can't not be Brexit, but that's a different discussion. Listen, I've been unequivocal all the way through, irrespective of the hysteria about some of the performances that England will get to the final. And they have got to the final, and they have to be given credit for that. My head tells me that the Spanish will win this final, but my nose tells me that England are going to come out with a win. And I think that England will win on Sunday. I do. I think it's going to be a very difficult match. I know that will probably fly in the face of most conventional wisdom because the Spanish have been so compelling, and I'm sure Rennie will shoot that down in flames. I've just got a feeling that it is the moment now. And then Gareth Southgate will have defined what success looks like.
Fair enough, fair enough. Rennie, can you see anything other than a Spain win?
No. I can see England winning.
But you can see England winning?
Oh yeah, because Spain has, I think, some weaknesses, throughout the team. It's all, again, about attitude and intent, and if England can produce their best performances with the players that they've got, yeah, I can see a win. But we all discuss in the debates about Gareth Southgate, will they disappear? I don't know. But if England win, Gareth Southgate will always be respected, but if they win, he'll be a hero.
Yeah. What happens now, Rennie? It's rest day for them today. I mean, they did the job done last night against the Dutch. From this point onwards, I mean, his work is virtually done, isn't it? He knows who he's going to pick from the start, presumably by now, or does he, with Sunday in mind?
Yeah, the work is done in that respect. If you've got see with Spain, they don't lose a night's sleep about how they're going to approach the game. You can ask any player how you're going to play; they know what to tell you. With England, it might be slightly different because you could see that through the tournament, making some tweaks and some changes and this and that and the other. But in terms of what it is, it's all about making sure that players get into, mental freshness, relax a little bit, and making sure that again they get into that final with the right mindset. Don't play the occasion, play the game. It's a cliche, but with the right attitude and the right intent, and miracles can happen.
Second guess it for me, Rennie. What we're going to see in the opening moments of this match in Berlin on Sunday. How do you see it playing out?
Spain dominating the ball, and if England doesn't really get on the front foot, they will use those first 5-10 minutes to find a rhythm, no problem, see where the pockets come, where the spaces come, and then they start to, breaking the lines, on the back foot, boom, and then the penetration comes with a white man with Williams, and that is what I can see. I hope I see something different. I hope I see a Spain that struggles to string passes together, because England is right in their faces. That's what I hope to see.
So if Spain get into a rhythm, it's bad news for England.
Yes.
Really, I'm afraid it was bad news for you last night, wasn't it? As the Dutch headed home in enormous numbers. I've seen many football supports all over the world, Rennie, but that one left me open-mouthed last night. The Dutch support was phenomenal. So was England's support. They were loud and proud, of course they were, in Dortmund last night. But the Dutch were amazing, and you live to fight again another day, my friend.
Absolutely. Just carry on.
Thank you so much, Simon. Brilliant. Travel safe this
afternoon.
afternoon.
I mean, I'm going home to Spain next week, so I really don't want to go home to Nueva Andalucía having to listen to the Spanish doing the numbers on Sunday. So I'm going to double down on England.
Okay, you do that, and we shall head to Berlin. We'll be live from Berlin tomorrow morning. We'll be live 10 o'clock your time in the UK, 11 o'clock hours here in Germany, as we swap Dusseldorf for Berlin. Have a great afternoon, wherever you're doing.
Book your next adventure with TUI and immerse yourself in the perfect hotel handpicked by you. Take off from Humberside Airport and experience a break with 24/7 support just a tap away on the TUI app. So get ready to make memories that last and live happy with TUI. Financially protected by ATA.
This summer, whatever kind of supporter you are, TalkSport and the Coral Daily Download are here for it to celebrate the fans every day.
It is game on!
Whether you're a retro shirter or a no-shirter, a non-believer or a tournament dreamer.
Absolutely magnificent!
For all the latest form and odds throughout the entire tournament, don't miss the Coral Daily Download every morning on the TalkSport Superstar Breakfast with Coral.
Fantastic finish!
We're here for it. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Investing with AJ Bell feels so good, you'll just want to ring that bell anywhere, anytime. In the office, in the pub, on the bus, on a ship, on a train, in the rain, in the gym, in the library, at a wedding, at a librarian's wedding. You could even ring it in space. Under the water. In a sauna! Or just a good old-fashioned cowbell. Yes, that's the sweet sound of investing with AJ Bell. AJ Bell, feel good investing. The value of investments can go down as one's up.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of...
Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app, only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders with 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, max stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 AM. Online. On the app. On your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Talk Sport.
Talk Sport.
Through the Lookers. With over 140 dealerships nationwide, is the place to find new and used cars and vans. Visit lookers.co.uk.
Thanks as always to Jim Simon and the gang. Coming up next, me, Paul Hawksby. Andy Jacobs is with us today. He's had a switch. He's off to the cricket tomorrow. They're still playing, so I think they probably will be. But of course, our focus will be on England in the Euro Championship final at the weekend. Coming at that story from all manner of angles. Stan Collymore was in the stadium last night with the Cannock Villa posse, and we'll be catching up with Stan, getting his take on the match and how we beat Spain. What is it like to take on the Spanish? David Webb, English coach working with Georgia, has played them in the tournament already, and David's kindly going to join us to chat about that. We'll be in the England camp with our own Faye Carruthers. We'll chat to a British expat over in Spain as well to judge the mood ahead of the big game. Henry Winter joins us to look at the campaign in general, which has been up and down, and we will commiserate with the Dutch-ish. All to come after Ben Fletcher with these sports headlines.
Good afternoon. The love-in for England's new hero continues this lunchtime.
Watkins making a good run forward here, and he slipped him inside the penalty area, and he's hit it. Oh! Has he hit it? He's just won it!
Former Exeter manager Paul Tisdale has told TalkSport how his one-time protégé was destined to find the net.
Less is more. I think it's having a clear thought to scoring goals. The more you think, the more you cut to your mind. But if you have that sole vision, I'm going to score, I'm going to run forward, I'm going to think forward, I'm going to shoot. It's amazing how those things come off.
Villa club legend Kaviak Bonlahor is delighted the 28-year-old has been given his chance.
We've been calling for it. I've been calling for Watkins to come on and play. Finally, he's proactive, Southgate, not reactive. Throughout the tournament, it's when we concede, he brings on subs. Finally, yesterday, he makes the right decisions.
On the subject of a potential bank holiday should England beat Spain on Sunday, the Prime Minister has been speaking in Washington in the last few moments. Sir Keir Starmer admits he doesn't want to jinx anything, but the historic occasion should be marked in some way. Spain versus England is live from Berlin on Sunday night, right here on TalkSport. João Palhinha has completed his move from Fulham to Bayern Munich, admitting it's the happiest day of his life. Player of the season at Craven Cottage, he's earned his old club £42 million to start off with, on a deal running until 2028. And to Lords, where England continue to build a lead over the Windies, despite losing a couple of key wickets this morning. John Norman is watching for TalkSport.
Yeah, one ball left of what's been a much more competitive session than we saw yesterday, but the damage done on day one. We've had 3 wickets to fall today. Harry Brook bounced out for 50. Stokes lost his middle stump for just 4. And Joe Root, a few moments ago, losing off stump for 68. England's lead, though, is stretched up. It was 68 runs at the start of play. It's now 171 runs with Wokes and Smith at the crease. There's lunch here at Lords on day 2. England at 293 for 6.
There's plenty of exclusive content on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
TalkSport News.
A church in Bushey has held a vigil for the 3 women killed this week, and waiting lists for routine hospital treatment in England have grown for the 2nd month in a row. Emma has more at 5:30.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. We're here for every future journey with over 400 EV train centres. Find your local EV train centre at quickfit.com and drive away happy every time.
A mixed picture this afternoon, rain across the central belt and in northeastern Scotland, drier elsewhere, the best of the sunshine in the southeast.
Official broadcast of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Live commentary of every game.
Achtung, baby! Euro Hawksby and Jacobs
on TalkSport.
Crank it up.
Yes, this is Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs with you through until 4 here on TalkSport. Where this afternoon, Andy, please tell us what's coming up.
Well, coming up over the next 3 hours, a jubilant Stan Collymore joins us freshish from the stadium, having witnessed a dramatic night in Dortmund. We'll get the latest from the England camp with Faye Carruthers, and Georgia's English coach David Webb tells us what it's like to face Spain.
Doddle, I would imagine.
Oh, easy.
And they did lose 4-1, but they gave it a go. Maybe that's the secret, not losing 4-1, giving it a go. We're also interested in your takes on last night and England's Euro final chances. And we'll join a Brit in Barcelona to gauge the mood ahead of Sunday's big game.
There's all this plus world toppers Henry Winter takes stock of a topsy-turvy England campaign, and will commiserate with the Dutch. Well, to an extent.
To an extent, yeah, not going overboard, obviously. It is approaching 1:06. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Andy.
Good afternoon, Paul. And, wow, what a game that was, and what a winner that was. And the celebrations have been tremendous. I don't know if you've seen Jamie and Jay.
Yes, we
in the
might
last
play
6
you out a
months.
little highlights package here if you haven't seen it.
Absolutely brilliant. I think we echoed how we all felt. It was
Yes.
very exciting.
We've got a little kind of green room next door, and that's where they do their watch-alongs. And there's a bunch of pictures on the wall of different guests we've had.
No, after they finished.
It's been total. It's been total. There's pictures all to you with, some on the floor. If you've watched any of the video of them celebrating the winning goal, Jamie's kind of clutching a couple of the photographs and falling on his head.
He said at one point, he says, "Stop strangling me."
Yeah, he's a very tactile man, Jason, just generally. So you can imagine when England
You broke my watch.
Get another one from the garage, Jay, you'll be fine. So yeah, we'll play you a little bit of that because he's, as anyone seen, got slightly curtailed, but for a very good reason. But we'll play that for you a little bit later. It's interesting, looking back, we were WhatsApping each other. I was on about, I mean, it gets in that thing about 3 or 4 different groups of friends.
Yeah.
And you're WhatsApping all the time, you're thinking, must actually go and watch the game.
Yeah, it can be a bit difficult.
But it was interesting. One, I mean, I'm not some great sage. I'm sure millions of people were saying it. There was that time when Saka cut in from the right, about quarter past 9. I'm working on that basis. I'm looking at the... And it's about 15 minutes into the second half, and I said to you, Watkins on, get Watkins on. And there must have been so many people saying that. I mean, I didn't expect him to do that. I just thought he would stretch them a bit at the back.
No, I mean, the thing is, Jonathan Northcross says, where are they now, the Southgate haters, the England baiters? But the thing is, Gabby Agbonlahor was right. He finally did what we all wanted, and surprise, surprise, it worked. So that vindicates the criticism because it just drives you mad. I mean, even last night, he could have made those changes earlier, but fair play, he made them and they worked. And
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit churlish now to say, okay, he was 10 minutes late with his subs when those 2 subs come in combined.
Well, that kind of makes the point, though, doesn't it? I think
there's 2 ways of looking at it. I mean, people have got very different takes on this. We're very happy to hear from you today if you've not had a chance to talk about it yet. What have you made of it so far? Can they go on and do it in the final? It was interesting. Jim and Merenstein, Simon were talking earlier on, and Jim said to Rennie, "There's no way the Spanish will be scared of the English." I'm thinking, we've got some really good players.
No, absolutely, they will be. They'll be aware of how good we can be, and we've got better and better and better. The first half, where Holland, Dutch, and Netherlands let us play, we played brilliantly. But in the second half, it was a bit tight. The Sun will obviously be sending Harry Main to Spain to fight their
How hot's that work experience keeping her being that lion out there?
To fight their mascot, a large Spanish owl, Dani Olmo.
Oh, is that Dani Olmo?
That's what it'll be.
The Spanish one, yeah. He's from one of the Spanish tabloids, isn't he? Dani Olmo and Harry Main together at last. So let us know your feelings on ahead of Sunday, and the praise or otherwise directed at Gareth Southgate. I mean, overall he's done an amazing job.
What he's done is made playing for England a different thing completely, and he's a very decent, good player.
Plus he has got them to semi-finals and finals.
He has, but we've got this fantastic... if you think back to Greg Dyke, when he made that prediction, you could see how well we were through the young ages. We've got a great group of players.
But there's been lots of teams with great groups of players and they've not got to finals. Belgium amongst them.
You've got to give them the credit. They've done what they've done. Absolutely.
Elias Law just pointed out a stat. England are the first team in history to reach the Euro finals, having fallen behind in the last 16 quarter-final and semi-final. So they have got something up ahead.
They were a bit fortunate with the penalty, actually. It was interesting that they were speaking to Christine, the referee, while... She should have stayed on the fence like Peter Walton would have done.
She was basically
saying, big opinion saying it's definitely not a penalty. None of the criteria for a penalty.
I mean, she had a point, didn't she?
Of course she had a point.
I mean, I know Adrian felt it wasn't. We saw Wrighty on TV feeling it was, but not in a million years. But as we all said, we'll take it. We don't really mind, do we? Get in touch. 03717 223344. That's 03717 223344. Has your opinion on the manager changed during this run? Are you eating a little bit of humble pie now? Did you think for 1 minute England could go all the way and get to this stage and get a chance to go toe-to-toe with, let's be honest, the most consistent team in the tournament so far? 03717 223344. Let us know what you think. Looking ahead to Sunday, and you probably watched a bit of Spain. What's the way to beat Spain? We're going to ask David Webb a little bit later on. Of course, he didn't quite crack that. him and Willie Sagnol. They did get beaten 4-1, but Georgia were pretty heroic, and they were still in the game up to about 75 minutes. And they did go 1-up against Spain. Let's not
France
forget.
went 1-up as well.
Yeah, so we'll have a chat with David Webb a little bit later on about that. And we will be chatting to a Brit over in Barcelona, commentator and broadcaster Tim Lee's going to join us. So we'll get a bit of a mood on the streets there. Ahead of all that, Henry Winter joining us, but we're going to be hearing from Stan Collymore first up. He was in the stadium last night, I think he has been for all the England games, and we'll look back on last night and get his thoughts on the final. But as we just remind, 03717223344, talksport.com, text 81089, tweet to TSH and J. Billy maybe speaks for quite a lot of the nation. Extremely hungover at work, but worth it, says Billy. So that'll be the mood among lots and lots of people. So yeah, get in touch this afternoon. Let's head off for the first time, though, to Wimbledon. We're going to keep you updated with the cricket when it gets underway after lunch. England taking on the West Indies at North, and of course the tennis at Wimbledon. Here's Lisa O'Sullivan.
Oh, I might actually need sunglasses at some point today because we have sunshine on centre court, which means that the resplendent whites look extra bright and extra shiny against the grass on centre court. It is women's semi-finals day, and we will see Alina Rybakina take on Barbora Krejcikova. That's the former Wimbledon champion against the former French Open champion in the second match of the day. But getting underway at 1:30, Donna Vekic from Croatia against Jasmine Paolini. Paolini getting to the finals of the French Open earlier this year and is one of the most joyful players to watch. And Donna Vekic is one of those players that everybody has hoped would develop and do better. She is looking for a bit of a swan song at the end of her career. So that gets underway at 1:30 right here on Centre Court.
Thanks very much, Lisa. 293.46 England at lunch on day 2.
Yeah, the spinner Stokes got one that really turned into great deliveries. Base, couldn't believe it.
You think they've been a bit conservative today,
Well, they were saying this on commentary. I was listening on the way in, and they have got a bit away from the Bazball approach. You know, it was a bit. Still scored 100 runs in the morning session, so
pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad. They won the European Championship, so it's the big one today. It starts the UEFA Europa Conference League first qualifying round.
Yeah.
Now that is the competition to be in.
Well,
right
we spoke to Paul Watson the other day. He talked about some of the weird, wonderful teams that are in it. These early prelims of the Champions League that will be played this week. Amazing.
MK Bravo.
Who's MK Bravo?
MK Bravo playing Connors Key Nomads.
That's right, they are. Do you want to focus on that one? Should we go big on that?
No, thanks.
Get some calls on that?
No,
the Connors Key Nomads fans?
I think the Coldstream Guards did It's Coming Home.
They played Three Lions.
Yeah, I prefer their version of World in Motion.
Who does the rap? I suppose, yeah. Who has to take the old bear spin off and do the old rap? So, 03717223344, talksport.com, text 81089, tweet TSH and J. Stan Collymore joins us. Cannock Villa, the flag was flying. He would have been prouder than most to see Ollie Watkins.
He must have exploded. He must have done.
We're going to get an Exeter angle on it a little bit later on as well. They're proud down in the West Country. You'll discover tomorrow that Charlie Baker is claiming that victory for Newton Abbott.
Oh, really?
Where Ollie comes from, indeed. I think so does Charlie. But anyway, we'll be chatting about that a little bit later on. Stan Collymore with us next. And we're going to get all the latest odds from William Hill ahead of the final. That's all to come.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Score stamp card.
Looking to part exchange your car? At Arnold Clark, we're giving you an extra £500 on top. Any make, any model, any price. So, while costs are going up everywhere else, we're giving you an extra £500 to help make your next car more affordable. Use code ADD500 to get an extra £500 when you part exchange. See arnoldclark.com.
Search Kayak for great deals on flight. Whoa, wait. That doesn't say flight. Search Kayak for great deals on car hire? Huh. With Kayak, you can compare hundreds of car rental sites to find great deals. Even better, you see costs up front. And if it's flexibility you're after, Kayak's got a handy free cancellation filter. Lovely stuff. So next time you're searching for flight, car hire, and home, or for your holes, Search kayak and go see for yourself.
Well, you can see why people are talking about Asda, can't you?
Of course, on paper, Asda have a great lineup with 2 for £7 on Coke 8 packs. Then there's pizza price drops, including the talented spicy chicken fajita flavour and classic 4 cheese deep dish. Worth £3 each, now £2 each.
And don't forget the dependable garlic flatbread was £1.80, now £1.50. What a lineup!
Get match ready at Asda this summer. Asda, that's more like it. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Coke 330ml, £4.25 each. Pizzas and flatbread end 17th of July. May exclude Express and small stores. See asda.com/small stores.
Here we are then, Jeff. Just minutes to go until the whistle. Will they make it?
Tense is an understatement, Jeff. There's so much riding on it. The question is, will they be able to find that extra gear when they need it most?
And here we go. Oh, yes, they've made it. That's why you drive a properly maintained vehicle.
Love to see that.
It's starting, come on.
Make sure your journey to the match is a smooth one. Book a free vehicle safety check today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quickfit. Drive away happy every time.
Talk Sport traffic.
Cheshire, the M62 is still closed westbound after a collision this morning. It's shut from Winnick at junction 9 along to junction 7 for the A57. In Bedfordshire at Eton Soken, the A1 southbound has been shut after a lorry hit a bridge there near the A428 turn-off. And near Bristol, the M32 northbound is partly blocked for repairs after a collision between junction 1 for Hambrook and the turn-off for the M4 junction 19. I'm Adam Moore.
They score! No one gets you closer to the action. Kick it up, kick it in, kick it on.
Euro Hawksby and Jacobs
On Talk Sport.
I like it.
Goal for England now, and in 3 minutes' time they might be in the final. It's Cole Palmer. Watkins making a good run forward here, and he slipped him inside the penalty area, and he's in it. Oh! Has he hit it? He's just won it. Ollie Watkins has just scored the goal that surely takes England into the final of the European Championships.
The amount of people that have messaged me today saying I'm going to score tonight when I come on is ridiculous, and obviously they put it out into the universe, so hopefully they can do the same for the final, or even give me the lottery numbers.
Ollie Watkins off. Okay. Yeah. So there we are. Let's look at all the lads ahead of the final with William Hill.
In the zone on Talk Sport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus gambleware.org.
Lee Phelps joins us. Good afternoon, Lee.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Just about recovered. I think it's Spain. They are favourites for the final, but by how much?
Yeah, they're 6-4 favourites to win the match in 90 minutes, that is. The draw is 9-5 and England are 5-2, which, you know, given how they performed last night and the fact they're getting better and better, I thought they were a good bet. 7-4 to beat the Dutch in 90 minutes last night, so that's just under 2-1. This is, you know, 5-2, it's even bigger. Now, give it granted, Spain are a much better side than the Netherlands, but still think it probably represents value. But to win the trophy, to lift the trophy, Spain are 8-11 and England 11-10. Obviously, that takes into account extra time and penalties as well. Which you can back in extra time, you can back on penalties. We saw so much money for England to win on penalties in that game last night, and I wouldn't be surprised if by the time we get to Sunday evening, there's a lot of money on extra time and penalties again. I mean, England winning Euro 2024, and don't worry, I'm not expecting anyone to get any violins out here, but it'll cost the industry tens of millions if England win this. We all want it, don't we? We all want it to happen, and we all want it to happen at William Hill, by the way, all the English employees anyway. But, you know, it's one of those results that, you know, steadily, and, you know, we've been on here a lot, guys, haven't we, talking about why England are favourites, and this is why, because England are now in the final. You know, that's why they've been favourites from the start, and it could have made them much bigger than the price they were. You know, it would have been even bigger liabilities on them actually winning the thing. So it all comes down to Sunday, doesn't it? Can't wait.
That should be great.
I just want to ask for a friend. If you've had a bet on Spain to win the whole thing, is there anything? Should you be covering it on England?
Should they be covering it?
Yeah, should they?
Yeah, slightly blunt your cover. Maybe spy, wouldn't he?
I was thinking last night, thinking, what should I do? Is there anything I should do or not do? Probably nothing.
Yeah, it depends what price that friend's got, I suppose, on Spain.
You're
ask him, and he gave him a call.
I think he got 7-1.
Oh, didn't he? You seem to know off the top of your head. You're very close, you two, aren't you?
Yeah.
7-1.
It's a lovely bet. It's a lovely bet, and I'm not sitting on here suggesting anyone should sell or anything like that. But look, England at 5-2 does represent anyone who's got a good price in Spain. Obviously, England at 5-2 does represent a good value bet where you can. The problem you've got here, though, is that if it was 5-2 and you could guarantee it was finished in 90 minutes, then yes. But you've got to back England. If you've got to back England to win the tie, then you get into anything could happen. And so personally, I just like letting bets ride. If I've had the bet and I've had that conviction and I like that feeling of, people will be screaming at the radio going, no, you've got to cash in on these things if you can do, but I like letting a bet ride.
Good stuff. Look, we'll talk Golden Boot and updated odds and everything. I'm sure things might change. People will be wanging on England overnight, so we'll catch up with you tomorrow, Lee. Thanks very much.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Lee Phelps there with all the latest odds from William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on Talk Sport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18+ BeGambleAware.org.
Well, there couldn't have been anything better for our next guest than seeing England win. Well, there was seeing England win with a Villa player scoring the winner.
Dream, an absolute dream.
Cammett Villa and former England striker Stan Collymore joins us. Hi, Stan.
Gentlemen, how are we?
Yeah, we thought of you straight away, Stan. We did, both of us.
I mean, we were both saying as we were chatting to each other during the game on WhatsApp, it just felt it was a game for Ollie Watkins. I mean, nobody expected him to do that, but it felt like a game that he could come on and make an impact against the Dutch, and so it proved.
Yeah, there's so many glass ceilings that I think have been broken in that performance. I mean, the three of us and some of our older listeners will remember the great Dutch teams of the 70s, the Cruyffs, and then obviously going into the 80s, Van Basten, Gullit, Rijkaard. And for pretty much 70 minutes, England dominated possession against the Dutch. And for the younger audience that wouldn't necessarily think that's such a big deal, they'd say, well, the Premier League is the biggest league in the world and the Dutch is the Tier 2 league, is that was the first glass ceiling that was broken last night. An England team dominated possession. The second one was the coming of age in the tournament of Phil Foden and Kobbie Mainoo. I think that both have been mentioned in dispatches, but Foden was a real 10 last night. An absolute pain getting in behind midfielders, driving onto a back four and then creating stuff. Mainoo was excellent on the edge of his own 18-yard box, as well as being creative. But I think that the last one, almost as a taboo really, is that for the last 4 or 5 years, in the spirit of the tabloid headlines of get your prayer mats out, etc., when Rooney had his metatarsal and Beckham had his injuries, what would we do? What would we do if Harry Kane was out of form? Now we've got Ivan Toney that scored a penalty and he'll be floating on air, ready to play if necessary. And we've got Ollie Watkins with a finish that was stunning. He took the ball off a length, and as a striker, once you do that, you don't need to look at the goal. You just know that you've got yourself in a really good position to get a shot on target, and what a finish it was. So we've broken several glass ceilings last night, and perhaps the biggest one for me was what happens if an out of form or an injured Harry Kane can't quite get through a game or is out of form. And the answer last night was Ollie Watkins. And Villa fans will look at that goal last night and say, we told you so, because he's been doing that all season for Villa. The season before, he took a little bit of criticism. He get into really good positions because of his pace, but his shot selection and his conversion rate wasn't as good. Last season, he played like a world-class striker. He was on the shoulder like a world-class striker. He was scoring amazing winning goals like a world-class striker. So I was absolutely delighted with him. A shout out to Steve Goff, my mate, that's driving me to Berlin later. He's missed 4 Aston Villa games in 50 years, including pre-season friendlies. And we were just both like 8-year-old kids jumping up and down amongst the England supporters last night because our boy came up with the goods when it was needed for our country.
Cole Palmer set up the goal with a great assist. We all saw that. And I was saying to Paul, I don't think he wouldn't have done that if Kane had been on the pitch. And he's been doing that all season for Jackson, except the difference is Jackson doesn't score like that. Yeah. But it was a lovely ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that Cole Palmer, whether it be Anthony Gordon, I've mentioned Ivan Toney, you know, as the tournament's gone on, we rightly, when Gary said something really important in the pre-match press conference and post-match press conference about that we all want to be loved, and we do. And I think that Gareth genuinely thinks, well, I've got the team into 2 or 3 finals and semi-finals, what more do I have to do? And I think that one of the things was substitutions and making substitutions at a time when they can affect the game. And that happened yesterday. I mean, to have Phil Foden and Harry Kane walk off the pitch, you know, and it wasn't penalties, you think to yourself, crikey, he's putting everything on the line here, because I'm sure if we'd have lost that game, the first thing we would have all done today is he took Phil Foden and he took Harry Kane off. So I'm delighted for Ollie Watkins, really delighted for Cole Palmer, and you've got the real deal there. Again, not many people expected him to go from Manchester City to Chelsea, to score the amount of goals and to be as important as he was for Chelsea in last season. But it's just really good to see, and it actually does prove what the staff say, that it's a unified group, they all enjoy being around each other, they all take criticism as a group personally, and now at the right time of a tournament, we've talked for decades that the great Italian teams, the great Argentinian teams, the great Brazilian teams, the great German teams, that when it comes to winning trophies, is that they start off like a train and then they end up getting through the group, and you think, how have they done that? And they end up winning the tournament, and performances follow. That was an aggressive Premier League performance that was possession dominated, where everybody played their part, and the likes of Ollie Watkins and Cole Palmer really were the icing on the cake.
Will that be enough to beat the Spanish? We'll be asking Stan that very shortly. Stan Collymore with us. He was in the stadium last night, and we'll look ahead to that final and any personnel changes that Stan thinks could happen ahead of Sunday. It's live on TalkSport, of course, and I need to tell you that we've brought every game on the network so far, so that final and all the build up to it. So stick with us, you won't miss a thing, and we'll be chatting more to Stan in a few moments' time. We're here with Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club now for the chance to win great prizes with a Shop Safe and Score stamp card.
Get the match ready with Club Card prices. Like Doritos tortilla chips, 180 grams, now £1.25, down from £2.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel them. To lower prices, Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores in the 16th of July Club Card are app required.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Score stamp card.
Today's game should be phenomenal with all that talent from the Nissan All-Star Vans.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. Nissan Townstar EVs in goal with advanced safety systems. Prima Star generates so much space in the midfield with up to 8.6 cubic metres of load capacity.
And the all-new Interstar poses a threat as that large, versatile forward up front.
Yeah, all backed by a 5-year warranty and supported by a team of All-Star Van experts. That's All-Star quality. Search Nissan All-Star Vans and visit your local All-Star Van centre.
T's and C's apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely and control vehicle at all times. Put your three-lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights, just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Available online and in-store at Sports Direct and Game.
My dear here, my dear there, heating, cooling everywhere. Same day quotes, next day delivery. You can even get a 10-year warranty.
Install split systems, VRF, chillers or heat pumps? My dear, a juggernaut in HVAC, manufacturing over 60 million systems per year and global sponsor of Manchester City, wants to make you our next MyPro Sammy. Win more, earn faster. That's the My Dear idea.
My dear.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app, only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet builders and 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, max stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Every game, goal and glorious moments from the tournament.
It is game on!
Talken Sporten und Talken Sporten 2.
Official broadcast partner of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Moments of magic!
What's the worst that could happen? Get it?
Talk Sport News.
The great Steve Perryman joins us a little bit later. I'm sure he was chuffed to watch one of the young players he nurtured, one of the director of football at Exeter City, Ollie Watkins, get that winner. So the skipper joins us a little bit later on. More from Stan Collymore shortly, but first, Emma Kerr with the news headlines.
Good afternoon. As calls for an extra bank holiday continue to grow if England win Euro 2024, this just in from the Prime Minister.
We must mark it in some way, but the most important thing is getting over the line Sunday.
Sir Keir Starmer wouldn't commit to an extra day off because he said he doesn't want to jinx anything ahead of Sunday's final. To Bristol now, where 2 suitcases believed to contain human remains have been found. Police were called to reports of a man acting suspiciously on Clifton Suspension Bridge yesterday. It's been closed by police. A vigil's been held at a church for the victims of an apparent crossbow attack in Hertfordshire.
We come today to support each other and try to understand why such an inhuman thing should take place.
Racing commentator John Hunt's wife and 2 of their daughters were killed in Bushey on Tuesday night. His suspect remains in hospital. And waiting lists for routine hospital treatment in England have grown for the 2nd month in a row. NHS England says 7.6 million treatments haven't yet been carried out.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Ollie Watkins' match winner is nothing new for Villa fans, according to Gabby Anton Lahore, and England are 293 for 6 at lunch on day 2 at Lords. They lead West Indies by 172 runs. Ben Osborne at 2.
Pump up your summer.
The UEFA Euro 2024 final, live
on Talk Sport.
Time to make history.
This Sunday night from 6. Get all the fever pitch build-up ahead of full match commentary of Spain versus England, live in the UEFA Euro 2024 final
on Talk Sport.
Energizing ball-by-ball, kick-by-kick coverage of the biggest tournament in European football.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Absolutely brilliant.
On Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2.
10, 20 years' time, they'll turn around. There'll be youngsters in the stand with their dads that turn around and are having the night of their life, to be quite honest with you, and rightly so. One thing serves another, doesn't it? You know, when the performance is good, you give the fans something to be excited about, without a doubt. I mean, sometimes the colour makes it look more stark because you do feel outnumbered, but there's no question that the noise levels were, absolutely brilliant from our fans, and it's so important to the team. You know, the energy when we're all together and we're pushing together. You know, we have to take that now into Sunday.
Yeah, Stuart Pearson, Gareth Southgate there, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens on Sunday, because throughout this everybody's had their opinions on substitutions and team selection, but Gareth has stuck to his guns. Stan Collymore has been watching it all unfold over in Germany, and Stan, our expectation, I guess, is that he'll start with the same team that he started with last night. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he will. Again, going right the way back in the first 2 weeks of the tournament, as I was saying, that managers tend to go back to what they know, and in England got to the last European Championship finals with 3 at the back and wing backs. Slight concern over Kieran Trippier in terms of the attacking intent, because we didn't want to have a go at Spain. If you look at the 2 fullbacks that they've got, no disrespect to either Jesus Navas and Marc Cucurella, but I think that if we can get Bukayo Saka isolated against Cucurella and Trippier going down the left and going down the outside, then I think we can create lots of problems for the Vids. I think that Phil Foden in particular, nobody will know Phil Foden better than Rodri. I'm sure that Rodri will be saying, look, the way he played against the Dutch and he got in between the Dutch midfield and the back 4, we may have to do as much back as we've gone forward in this tournament. Everybody's talking about Spain as the favourites, and they are on the football that they've played. There's no doubt about that. When you've got Yamal, the story is written for him. The next wonder kid, the heir apparent to Ronaldo Messi. You know, Nico Williams down that left-hand side, pace, he's direct, goes past full-backs again. That would be a slight concern. And Olmo, that I think that has kept things knitted between Rodri, Fabian Ruiz, Yamal and Williams exceptionally well. But we've got to start asking questions. If we'd have gone into a final and would have really limped across the line yesterday on penalties and still the performance wasn't good, I'd be quite concerned, because the reality is that we've conceded the first goal in our last 3 games now. If we go 1-0 down against Spain, I'd fear that would be 2 or 3 relatively quickly, because we were fortuitous with the penalty yesterday, no doubt about that. But with the performance that we had against the Dutch, plenty of the ball, plenty of really good possession, plenty of aggression, the Spanish won't like that. They liked the French team that was bigger, stronger, more physical, but barely laid a glove on them physically. I thought that at times we bullied the Dutch yesterday. We won first balls, we won second balls, and trust me, the one thing that Spanish football, the sort of heir apparent to the Cruyff lineage of Ajax and then Barcelona, Pep Guardiola, that then that infiltrates into the Spanish team, is that physical contact and a good physical battle. I think that England can win. So we've got good technicians, we've got a good shape. Slight concern about Kieran Trippier going forward, not going back, a very experienced player. But now it's our time to shine and say, they've been at the top billing, the Yamals and the Nico Williams. But hey, guess what? We've got players as well, Jude Bellingham, we've got Bukayo Saka now in form again, Phil Foden, that are as good, if not better than those guys on their day.
I hear what you're saying about Trippier going forward, and you're certainly right about that. But is there a case to say that actually right-footed left-backs are better against inverted wingers like Yamal, but who are always coming inside on Trippier's stronger side? You could make that argument.
Yeah, you could. I mean, I think that I always think that round pegs and round holes, and I think that Gareth, going all the way back to the outset of the tournament, wanted the left footer on the left and a right footer on the right. I think that what we've got, Andy, is we've got bags of experience in those positions. No questions about the third central defender in Gueye or Konza that have both come in and done exceptionally well. Lots of experience and lots of pace. Kieran Trippier still has plenty of pace, as does Kyle Walker. Bukayo Saka will get back and be able to fill in more than adeptly. He started early on his career as a player that has defensive capabilities. I just think that where the game will be won for England is if Phil Foden can get on the ball between Rodri and their 2 central defenders, then we have a massive chance. Because, again, no disrespect to Nacho, Laporte, Cucurella, Navas, but they haven't had a team that have had a 10 or 15 minute consistent spell of creating chances. Why? Because they've dominated the football in midfield and they've created lots of chances themselves. So we've got players that can hurt them. I feel that if you ask me for a key player, it's going to be Phil Foden. If he has half the joy that he did against the Dutch yesterday, we can create chances that will put them on the back foot, and all of a sudden they'll be saying, okay, this isn't just about going on and being a cakewalk that many people have said that Spain will go on and complete since the group stages. Rodri, Fabian Ruiz would have to keep going back and filling those holes where you have runners like Foden, where you have runners like Bellingham, where Saka's coming in. So to answer your question about Kieran Trippier, yes, a right footer on the left, having Yamal cut in would suit him. But I don't worry so much these days about the back line, even though lots of people do, because we've got lots of experience there. What I worry about is, and I worry less having seen Cruyff with my own eyes yesterday, is our constant ability to create chances and put teams on the back foot.
Yes, it's true what you say about Foden. I mean, the midfield battle is going to be fascinating, isn't it?
And I think Carvajal can play.
Carvajal can play.
Yeah, I don't think Jesus
No, I think it's Carvajal will be back, which will make the difference.
He had technically 2 suspensions.
I wouldn't say that Phil Foden's got the cheat codes on Rodri, but it'll help that he faces him all the time at City. But Kobbie Mainoo last night, I mean, in the first half especially, Stan, I mean, in all the mayhem of Watkins and stuff, we've kind of maybe forgotten just how good he was, how great his movement was last night. He was just
Yeah.
Sensational to watch.
Orthodox midfielder. I mean, lots of people were tweeting the similarities. There are physical similarities and in-game similarities. I hate it when people say the next this or the next that, when they bear no relation to the person that you're comparing with. But he really does play like Clarence Seedorf. There were times, I saw a passage of play, and at a great vantage point, you could see all of the sort of little technical battles taking place at the Signal Iduna Park yesterday. But within a sort of 60, 70 second montage, he was about 10 yards outside of the Dutch box, playing little passes, lending the ball out, looking to probe, looking to pass. And then the Dutch counter-attacked, only one or two of the times that the Dutch counter-attacked successfully, and he was making a challenge on the edge of his own box. That's not a defensive midfielder, that's not attacking midfielder, that's what we call an old-fashioned all-round midfielder. So I'm sure that Manchester United and their technical staff will be salivating at that, as will Gareth Southgate and any future England manager, because, you know, when you look at what we really do have, we take for granted now that Phil Foden and Jude Bellingham are staples, and they're still young puppies. You've got Mainu, Wharton, other players. You know, we haven't even talked about people like Jack Grealish that still may come back into the equation, Jadon Sancho, Muncie, Stettles again at another club. It's a real vindication of the St George's Park system, the investment in St George's Park, and the investment that clubs are putting in over the last 10, 15 years from elite academies all the way down. So Mainu was absolutely fantastic, and the biggest testament that I could play to him is that genuinely looking at him is that the comparisons with Clarence Seedorf were valid.
Well, Stan, we'll leave you to head for Berlin. We look forward to chatting to you on Monday when we've got the trophy in our grasp. Let's hope so. Safe journey, and we'll catch up with you next week. Enjoy the final.
To Berlin.
Indeed. There we are. There's Stan Collymore representing Cannon Villa.
He's right about St George's Park. I mentioned Greg Blackman earlier. All these arguments that we used to get about there were too many foreign players in our league and this, that and the other, I used to say to you, this is so good for English players to play with these players, because if they're good enough to play for these teams, they're going to be world class, and that's what's happened, isn't it? You know, it hasn't affected there might be not as many to choose from that he'd like, but ones he's got to choose from are pretty decent.
It'll be interesting to see what they do, because you do feel, you know, Sunday will be Gareth Southgate's last game either way.
I think so, yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see who they bring in to sort of continue the work he's done. But that's going
to be conservative, whoever it is.
It'll be a conversation for next week either way. So the final live on TalkSport on Sunday, all the build-up between now and then. We're going to take some of your calls a little bit later on, ahead of the final, and your reflections on last night. We're going to hear from the Dutch camp.
If there's anybody who's not going to watch it, English, not Scottish or Irish, Welsh, but
got something else on. Have you got anything else you want to book for Sunday night? You can tell us about that as well. Talksport.com. Text 1889, tweet TSH and J. That penalty will be discussing from a Dutch point of view and a slightly more academic point of view as well. But before that, Lisa O'Sullivan brings us the latest from Wimbledon.
Yeah, we're watching Donna Vekic take on Jasmine Paolini in what is turning out to be quite a long first game of this women's semi-final. Vekic into her first Grand Slam semi-final of her 43rd major. There's only 4 other players that have taken longer to get to a semi-final. Paolini, of course, was runner-up in Paris just a few weeks ago at the French Open. It's very evenly distributed. Paolini struggling to serve this out at the moment. No games at all each yet. We're in the first set.
Thank you very much, Lisa. They're back out at Lords. 294 for 6 England. They lead by 173 against the West Indies. We'll make regular visits back to John Norman at Lords and keep you updated. But yeah, we're in the Dutch camp next as they lick their wounds. They're upset with that penalty, as we said. Mr. VAR, Dale Johnson, will join us. I feel slightly for the ref. He's been getting it in the net today, but it kind of wasn't his call. Once he goes to that monitor, we'll know how that works out. And they're under instructions. But anyway, we'll be chatting about that, taking some of your calls and all your emails and texts. Thanks for getting in touch so far. We're here with the good friends at Tool Station. You can join the Tool Station Club now for a chance to win great prizes with the Shop Save and Score stamp card.
Wouldn't it be great if everything was as simple as my car insurance from LV? So when I'm on my way to work, as usual, and the weather isn't the best, I know if something unexpected happens and I'm hit by an uninsured driver, I won't lose my no-claim discount. And with cover from just £299, insurance is simple when it's me and LV. Get your car insurance quote today at lv.com.
10% of new customers paid £299 or less November 2023 to April 2024. Uninsured driver promise is non-fault accident only. Other vehicle and driver details required.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Store stamp card.
You got a little wager with Paddy Power on this one then? Yeah, mate. Big man to score anytime I'm backing him. Oh, it looks like it's the big man who's coming off. Oh, he's going to struggle to score from the bench, pal. Oh. Fear not, punter, because with Paddy Power Super Sub, your bet carries over to the player coming on. So now, all subs are super. Paddy Power. Football, you gotta love it. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+ BGambleAware.org.
BP Pulse's rapid and ultra-fast chargers help you keep up with your busy lifestyle. Like charging your EV for the big shop, Jane's party up north, weekend at Mum's, Steve's party down south, walkies with Tiddles, that away game, back home. Oops, forgot the dry cleaning. Keep up with the speed of life with our rapid and ultra-fast EV chargers nationwide. Download the BP Pulse app to find your nearest and available chargers. BP seal for your travel needs, mostly with petrol and diesel, but BP Pulse already has over 3,000 rapid and ultra-fast charging points.
There she is, the three-time world champion. What has she got in store for us today? Things are starting to heat up. Here she goes.
Triple builders, double stir, I don't believe it! And a chocolate digestive to finish it off. A thing of beauty. You have to say, the judges are gonna love this one.
British Gas, powering home fans during this summer of sport.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Come on, guys! Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of... Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
This summer, TalkSport and The Sun have Euro 2024 vision. We know the players to watch in each home nation's team. The stars who will shine as the fans dare to dream. Now is the time for new heroes to rise. And maybe, just maybe, they'll bring home the prize. Get ahead of the game with breakfast tournament previews on TalkSport with The Sun. For all the latest Euro goals and gossip, head to thesun.co.uk. Join us for a glorious summer of football on TalkSport with The Sun. TalkSport traffic.
Cheshire, the M62 remained closed westbound after a collision much earlier today. It shut from junction 9 at Winnick along to junction 7 for Warrington Road. In Bedfordshire at Eton-Soton, the A1 southbound is still shut after a lorry hit a bridge there just by the A428 turn-off. And in Devon, the M5 southbound is partly blocked for emergency repairs between Clumpton, junction 28, and junction 29 for Exeter. I'm Adam Moore.
Live UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
The biggest prize in European football is up for grabs once again. Euro Hawksby and Jacobs
on TalkSport.
Zeit für den Fußball.
I think England showed great football in the first half after 1-0 down. It's football, and maybe if you watch all the matches of them, maybe the Spanish national team is playing a little still more offensive with really wingers and great football from the back, great ball position, and you need to stop that. But England is in the final and they have his possibilities to win it, maybe.
Ronald Koeman there, who chatted to the media before and after the match yesterday. And quite a few England fans had issues with Felix Vale, the referee, before the game. We'll probably have an afterwards. But some of the Dutch have. We've been seeing it through the eyes of Dutch fan and journalist Steve Koeman, and Steve joins us for one last time there. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys.
Commiserations. How do you view the game last night? Certainly those tactical tweaks that Ronald Koeman made.
Second half, they were miles.
Yeah, second second half, they really did make a game of it. And, you know, you can't ask any more of a manager who maybe got it wrong to start with and makes corrections in game.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I saw a nice game, you know. This was football. With very good England, by the way. Completely different than the matches, you know, the earlier matches at the Euros. So I love to see that. And they were just a class better in the first hour. And yeah, then we made a change. I think it had to do with the injury of Memphis. His hamstring injury, and he brought in Joey Veerman, and then, you know, there was some stabilization on midfield. Because I think we were playing with 3 against 4 at midfield. So, you know, we were just chasing the ball instead of having the ball. So that made a difference, yeah.
The penalty is contentious. I mean, as an England fan, obviously I would take it, but I didn't think it was. I thought it was an incredibly harsh penalty, so I'm sure that was the feeling in Holland, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Still, you know, people say we think the better team had won, did win, but of course it wasn't a penalty. I mean, the Dumfries tried to walk the ball. The shot was already fired, you know. Harry Kane's shot was there, the volley, and then there was contact. So it was a hard decision. But yeah, there was contact. But was it a foul? You know, was it a penalty foul? Well, I don't think so. But yeah.
And what of Koeman's position? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of fallout in the Dutch media today. Is he being blamed for what happened, or is the kind of philosophy the same as yours? It was a good game of football. It could have gone either way, which is kind of what he just said on that clip we played.
Yeah, but we also, you know, I think that, you know, we don't want to send him away anymore. Reaching the semis was okay. But look, you know, we just lack of a brilliant striker. We used to have Van Basten, Van Nistelrooy, Kluivert, you know, Robben as a forward. Name all these guys, and yeah, now we have Memphis and Wout Weghorst. I mean, that makes a difference. Look at the quality of players that you guys have. There are much more players. I mean, you brought up, I think, when Phil Foden, you know, was substituted, and he was brilliant, right? He was by far the best player of the pitch. And then Oli came on, and he made a difference. I mean, I think that tells the whole story. We came up with Wout Weghorst. I mean, nothing against Wout, but
He did all right there.
This is a difference.
Change it a bit. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but I think it was, you know, the midfield was better in balance. That made a huge difference, I think. So there was more football than in the team. But how many chances did we get? 1 or 1.5?
Yeah, Gakpo was very quiet, wasn't he? I mean,
Dumfries hit the bar, didn't he?
Yeah,
nice
a couple of headers, then were close. But finally, then, Steve, you've been watching the tournament unfold. Do you give England a chance against Spain, having watched both teams?
Well, of course, it can, you know, give a little bit more extra gas now, because you need some 5% extra against Spain. We all know Spain now, you know, they play technical football. They're a great team, but just look at your players, and they must be in seventh heaven now, you know, and maybe there is some revenge feelings, you know, 3 years ago. Yeah. And I agree with you. I think it will be Southgate's last game as the manager. Yeah. But of course, maybe it's 40, 60%. But, you know, sometimes that's good for a team when you're not, you know, that you're not a team to beat, that you're you know, you're the challenger. It can give you some extra power.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting. Steve, appreciate you joining us again. Thanks ever so much. We'll catch up with you soon. Thank you.
Good luck Sunday. Bye.
Thank you very much, Steve Koeman, the journalist. That penalty then, I immediately took to Twitter to see what Mr. VAR, Dale Johnson, made of it, a man we often speak to throughout the season. And he was shocked and stunned. I think as many of us were. He's often able to sort of look at a situation and see why the decision was made, but I think he was at a loss at first. He joins us now. Dale, good afternoon.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. The referee's taken a lot of stick, but is it fair in saying that the way this tournament has worked, once he's called to the monitor by VAR, he hasn't really got a great deal of choice, and there would be an expectation that he wouldn't overrule the VAR at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we see in the Premier League that it's very, very seldom that we see this happen. It was only a couple of times last season in England, and it's very much a similar process in UEFA competitions, whereby they feel that the monitor is just a process to confirm a clear and obvious error which the VAR has established. So they feel that it should be very, very few times when the referee goes to the monitor and changes the mind. So obviously, if that's UEFA's edict to the officials, then the referee, when he's running over to the monitor, is automatically going to have it in his mind that, well, if I'm going to the monitor, then this has to be turned off error. So, and that's why we get that in the Premier League and in European competition.
I mean, will there be fallout from UEFA? Will sort of Mr. Rossetti, who's in charge of the refs there, will he come out and say this was a good call, this was a bad call? I mean, the VAR, I was reading your piece today, the VAR, Mr. Danker, that's his 9th game. He wouldn't have got that unless they thought he generally got stuff right. So,
thanks.
Yeah, not Danker, Dankert. But I imagine they will back him, won't they? You would think, UEFA, on that decision.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Like you say, he's done 9 games. It's far and away the most of any VAR in this tournament. Now, there was an interesting press conference with Roberto Rossetti in between the group stage and the knockouts, where he went through a few decisions and said they were 100% correct. For instance, the Netherlands offside goal to the English referee. And one thing he didn't talk about in detail was the penalty Scotland wanted. He didn't say that was 100% correct, and he was asked 3 times by UK journalists about that penalty, and he gave a reason why the VAR didn't intervene, but unlike in the other decisions, he didn't say that was correct, that was 100% correct. So if Roberto Rossetti does do another press conference at the end of the tournament, we may see him use different phrasing which would suggest he thinks it shouldn't be a penalty. But that's the kind of thing we're likely to see rather than him openly come out and criticise one of his officials, I would say.
They've announced the ref for Sunday.
French ref,
the Texier.
Yeah.
Are you aware of this guy?
Young, he's only 35.
Yeah, it's a bit of a left field appointment, really. I mean, no one was expecting that. It was Sato was really the Italian in his last tournament was thought to be at the front of the queue, but then his last game wasn't particularly great, so he probably pushed himself out. And then everyone thought that Turpan was going to get the final, perhaps before the start of the tournament. Then he had that bad first game in the Germany-Scotland match. So all of a sudden we've got this referee who hasn't refereed again for 2 weeks, who is sort of parachuted across to the front of the queue and gets the final.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at what he's done so far. He did Georgia, Spain, and we're going to have a chat with the Georgia coach, David Webb, a little bit later on, so we'll see what he made of that. He's only given out 10 yellow cards. One was a Mitrovic for a dive in the penalty area. There's been no VAR controversy, so he's had a fairly clean tournament. It's also a French VAR, Mr. Jerome Brissard. I think we know much about him at all, though.
Not a great deal, I've got to say, but I think what we've seen with Rossetti over the last few seasons is he has not been afraid to give referees who perhaps haven't been regularly taking big games the chances. And we also saw in the Champions League last season, the Swedish ref got his name. He did the Arsenal-Bayern Munich game. He was one of his first knockout matches. So I think that Rossetti really wants to reward performance within a tournament rather than historical, which is why Turpan didn't get the final, and we've got somebody else who Rossetti has clearly decided has had a great tournament and should get the final. It's very much like David Surveyor getting the England game, which was, he only did 4 Champions League games this season, but UEFA appointed him to this tournament, clearly felt he had a good tournament, so he got a semi-final.
And finally, it's surprising when a decision is made quickly, how we're very accepting of VAR. We saw that with the semi-automated offside last night with the Saka goal. No one gave it a second thought because it was turned around in seconds, and we just have to reiterate something we've said to you before. Unfortunately, that version of semi-automated offsides is not the one we're going to see in the Premier League next season, so we shouldn't get too excited.
Yeah, that's it. It's Adidas on the patent for how the sensor sits inside the ball, and Premier League, in fact, none of the top leagues use Adidas for their football, so that is the sticking point. So it will take slightly longer because they'll have to detect the point the ball is kicked, not to get too deep into the weeds on that. But I mean, it's still going to be quicker. It's still going to be better. It's just not going to be the gold standard that we've seen in UEFA. But I think what we've seen in this tournament, which the Premier League really need to learn from, is just make decisions quicker. Most of the VAR calls have been really quite speedy. There's only been a couple which have taken a bit too long. And I think that's what fans want. I think fans would much prefer that. And like you just mentioned
evidence that the longest periods of decision making on VAR were made by the British officials.
Yes.
So, Dale, thanks very much. Enjoy the final.
Great to speak to you guys. Let's hope England win.
Indeed, fingers crossed. Dale Johnson there from ESPN. You can read his stuff on sort of refereeing and VAR, always interesting stuff, at ESPN. So, as we said, we'll chat to the Georgia coach, David Webb. What's it like to take on Spain? They did lose 4-1, but they gave it a real go. So it'll be interesting to see what David made of them in the flesh, and we'll find out a bit more about that, ref. We'll be in the England camp, and the great Steve Perryman joins us. Steve was director of football at Exeter. I think he joined the club the same year that 11-year-old Ollie Watkins joined the Exeter Academy.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to get the skipper's take on that a little bit later on. That's all to come.
Get a match ready with Club Card prices. Like Doritos tortilla chips, 180 grams, now £1.25, down from £2.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores on the 16th of July. Club Card or app required.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Score stamp card.
We got the storm of a century out there.
Let's ride. From the producers of Jurassic World.
Tyler Owens, Tornado Wrangler.
What we're doing could save thousands of lives. I could use your help.
Yes, ma'am.
Comes the movie event of the summer.
We got twins! Twins!
Daisy Edgar Jones.
I got him.
Glenn Powell.
All right, here it comes!
Twisters. In cinemas July 17.
Looking to part exchange your car? At Arnold Clark, we're giving you an extra £500 on top. Any make, any model, any price. So, while costs are going up everywhere else, we're giving you an extra £500 to help make your next car more affordable. Use code ADD500 to get an extra £500 on your part exchange. See arnoldclark.com.
Imagine if that mate, you know the one, could actually take the perfect Piccadilly Festival fit, not crop anyone out because drama, and get the DJ in too. No need to imagine. Just unfold your new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 and watch as AI and Oppo zoom fit everyone and everything in shot. Now that's their phone going on the grid.
Galaxy AI is here. Pre-order the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 now.
Someone in the UK has got that Euro Millions feeling because they have won the incredible £33 million Euro Millions jackpot. I reckon they've had a bit of a dance. All around the house, then out the door, down the path and into the street. For all we know, they're probably still dancing. Go on, guys. Get that Euro Millions feeling. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Rules and conditions apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Cup of tea? Nah, thanks. Got that delivery in a minute from Hughes Gray. He's gone grey?
No, Hughes Gray. H-U-W-S-G-R-A-Y.
They're only down the road and have everything I need all in one place.
Everything?
Yeah, from building materials and tool hire to stunning kitchens and bathrooms with free design service.
With 330 locations nationwide, you're never far from a Hughes Gray.
With all that time you save, you do have time for a cuppa.
To find your local branch, simply search Hughes Gray near me.
On 1089 and 1053 Medium Wave. On DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Official broadcast of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
With Lucas. Find your next car or book your MOT, service or repair at lucas.co.uk.
We'll catch up with England correspondent Faye Crothers en route to Berlin very shortly. Then we get the final is live on Sunday. Lots of build up to come over the next couple of days. We're going to stick the sports headlines now with Ben Fletcher.
Good afternoon. Ollie Watkins is the name on the lips of all England fans this afternoon.
It's the biggest moment of his life!
The goal that sent England to Sunday's final in Berlin was never in doubt as soon as Watkins got his foot on the ball. That's according to former Exeter manager Paul Tisdale, who told TalkSport his protege's philosophy is less is more.
He knew he was going to score. He just wanted one chance. He was completely clear that he was going to score. And I think that is all about, that's what you need to be a goal scorer.
the only other England manager to take a squad to 2 major finals, has no advice for Gareth Southgate, but Lionesses head coach Sarina Wiegman is keeping her fingers crossed.
That's incredible already. I think they know exactly what they want to do and how they want to do it, so I just wish them all the best. And in England you would say, let's bring it home, don't they?
You can hear the Lionesses versus Republic of Ireland in Euros qualifying on Friday night over on TalkSport 2. As for the Euro 2024 final, we will of course bring you that live here on TalkSport. Elsewhere today, England's lower order continue to build a lead over the West Indies on day 2. TalkSport's John Norman is at Lord's.
315 for 6 England with the debutant Jamie Smith. 27 not out, Chris Wokes is 15. Wokes had a nervy moment in this very over actually, edging just wide of first slip for 4, and he's just played and missed again against Alzarri Joseph. It's been a much more even contest today, 3 wickets falling in that first session, but another 100 plus runs added to the score. England's lead now 194, they're 215 for 6.
And rugby, Finn Baxter will start for England for the first time against New Zealand on Saturday. The Harlequins prop replaces Joe Marler, the only change to the starting 15 that lost 16-15 last time out. Sales Bevan Rod is on the bench, the only other modification to the matchday squad.
Talk Sport News.
Police in Bristol say human remains have been found in 2 suitcases left on a bridge, and the Prime Minister says we should mark Sunday's final against Spain if we win. There's calls for an extra bank holiday grow. There's more from Emma at past.
Talk Sport weather with Quick Fit. Sort your new tyres this summer at a time that suits you best from the comfort of your home or work 7 days a week with our mobile tyre fitting service. Conditions apply.
Outbreaks of rain continuing to affect central areas throughout the day, drying up as the day goes on. Cool for many of us, the best of the sunshine in the south.
The sport, the pace, the football.
Don't miss any of the Euro 2024 action.
Now, here comes the good stuff.
All too easy. Euro Hawksby and Jacobs
on Talk Sport.
Good afternoon, it's Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs here on Talk Sport, and of course we are reflecting on England's win over the Netherlands last night, just taking them to the European Championship final on Sunday against Spain. We're going to be hearing from some of the listeners in this hour. 1 or 2 have got other things planned for Sunday, such as Steve from Wednesbury in West Midlands. He said, I've got to show some true enthusiasm at a JLS concert taking place in Shrewsbury on Sunday evening. Start time 8:30. My wife and daughter very kindly bought tickets some time ago, much to my delight, says Steve. I wonder what he'll do. I mean, everybody's seen that clip of the Killers. I mean, what perfect timing that was. Did you see that?
No.
They had the game on the big screens on stage.
Right.
And just as Sam McAvoy's commentary, just at the point England win it, the whistle goes. They finish the commentary on 90 minutes, they go straight into Mr. Brightside, they're off.
Oh, pretty, yeah.
It was pretty well timed.
Also,
give the public what they want.
Chesney Hawkes, described by the Sun as the only and only singer.
Oh, okay.
I know he's only got one ear, but that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
That is a bit much.
And they found the Sun a riot policeman, a riot officer, who looks exactly like Gareth Southgate. And they interviewed him, and he said he would have taken Kane off 10 minutes earlier.
That's right. Gonna get him in the dugout for the final.
And what about Sir Keir Starmer giving Joe Biden a shirt, an Arsenal shirt? Did you see that?
Really?
Yeah, and then probably sits Biden on the back of it, obviously the president. But actually, he's not a fan, he's actually a fan of the National League team from the Northwest. He's very old and...
Oh, okay. Beautiful. Nicely done there, Andy.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, thanks for getting in touch. This is a weird approach. Maybe it'll work though, Carl the gardener from Chipping Camden. He said, I watched the first half last night, then went to bed. I didn't actually get the result until 7 AM this morning. So I won't watch the final, and hopefully they'll win. I did the same for Andy Murray on his first Wimbledon win. I actually find the stress of watching too much. It's mad, I just want these people to win, but the stress just does for me. So he says, I'll do the garden Sunday night, then wash the car.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
But of course, there's no effect. England aren't not washing the car, are they? But you somehow think that, can control it.
Yeah. I don't know if he's an outlier here. Phil, the Swansea fan, I'm a Welshman through and through, but living in Nottinghamshire, I'll be flying out to Berlin tomorrow to watch England in the final and shouting for them, hoping they bring it home.
Yeah,
quite rare. from the Welsh camp? I don't know.
It's funny how we all get a bit irrational when we're watching, though. I noticed last night, Lee Dixon, after about a minute and 58 of the second half, he went, it's been a very slow 5 minutes from England. It's only a minute and 58. What are you talking about?
We're all like that. If you go back, if we went back through the WhatsApps we were sending each other, we look like a complete pair of idiots.
Yeah,
I mean, anybody.
Always.
Oh yeah, but I mean that's the case anyway. But in hindsight, you do find yourself. I mean, I'd written this off. There was about a minute gone when Saka couldn't find an outlet on the left, and he was looking for Trippier to make a run, and Trippier was nowhere to be seen. And I'm weighing in saying, in a nutshell, that's everything that's wrong. Man looks for naturally left-sided player, there's no one to be found. So
and I was convinced he would take Kane off.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if you had some quite terrible hot takes last night, why don't you go, I'm sure you're in WhatsApp groups with your mates or your family. Go back, let's have some of your really terrible hot takes. Not just last night, but through the tournament as well. I thought, well, we're out each other. Me and Andy have find a couple of hours at our very worst. Because it's quite embarrassing when you go back. Not the swearing, obviously, because you're taken when the ball went in, and I can't read out the 5 words for Ollie Watkins' goal. The last 3 were what a goal, but I can't give you the first 2. Well, I can't give you the first one. So, talksport.com, text 81089, tweet TSH and J. 03717223344. Go and embarrass yourself in public. We've been prepared to do it. Put yourself out there. Luke is a Pompey fan. Good afternoon, Luke.
Thanks for having me on.
It's great pleasure. So, how are you feeling about the final? You've got an all positive spin on this, haven't you?
I have, yeah. First of all, before I go into that, I'd like to say hello to my dad, Paul, and my mate, Ryan. They're regular listeners.
Oh, good stuff. Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah. Hello. I'd just like to say that there's a couple of things actually. Firstly, we're putting a lot of emphasis on this Spanish team, and don't get me wrong, they've lit the tournament up. They've been fantastic, but they're not unbeatable. They've got weaknesses in their side. We've somehow managed to get through this tournament, get to the final, and I can't even explain it, but I've just got such a positive feeling that we're going to do it. And I've had this feeling all season as a Portsmouth fan.
You've had a good season, maybe.
We've got a fantastic season. We walked the league, and I don't care what all the sort of salty Bolton and Derby fans said about being the best team in the league, and so I don't care. We did fantastic well, but at no point during the season did we absolutely go out and batter someone. We regularly fell behind, and we pull our socks up, and we just go and get it, and we go and get the 3 points. And that's exactly what England have done in this tournament. We've gone behind, we've stared adversity in the face, and we've gone, no, we're not going to panic like we did previously, and we've gone and we've got the results.
Maybe there were signs, Luke, in the second half, when we looked at Andy and I were just saying off there, the second half against France, where Spain did drop off and France did create chances, and that was a little bit of nerves, being that close to the finishing line and getting to the final. We've seen points when England have been rattled, but we've seen, they've not been all conquering. There's been moments in games with Spain where you could see they've got vulnerability, even though they're fantastic players.
I agree. I watched the semi-final, and don't get me wrong, Spain were deserved winners, but you saw the frailties in their side. You saw their weaknesses, and I thoroughly believe that we've been there before, where we've been hurt, and I just think we're going to learn from that and bring that into the final.
Well, let's hope you're right, Luke. Their fingers crossed. Nice one.
Just finally, before I go, can I just give my quick opinion on the penalty?
You can. Go on then, yeah.
Okay, so in my opinion, it is a penalty, and the reason for that is he's gone in with his studs up. Now, it's a soft penalty, granted, but he's got in with his studs up. If he goes in with his studs down and clips the ball away, it's never a penalty. There's no even a discussion about it. Is that a tackle? Is that coming together of Kane and I think it was Dumfries?
Yeah.
Happens anywhere else on the pitch, you get a foul. Now, he's tried to sort of stud the ball away, which is trying to make a
challenge for the ball, Luke. I know
it doesn't matter, game then.
Within the laws of the game, fine, but I don't think any of us want to see. I don't really want to see penalties for that.
Maybe not.
You wouldn't be happy if it was the other way around.
Yeah, if it was against you at Fratton, I don't think you'd be quite so philosophical.
But you give the striker the opportunity to buy the foul.
He already
hit the
ball though, Luke. The ball had gone. He'd had the shot. He hadn't scored with it, and then there's a bit of contact after. I mean, look, it depends how you look at it. I just don't like to see penalties for that. Good man, good to talk to you. Enjoy the final. Cheers, Luke. All the best.
Thank you.
There we are, Luke, the Pompey fan. So, still to come. Does anybody feel the referee's due an apology after all the hysteria around
Yeah,
Bellingham?
that's very true.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of stuff, a bit of pushback, but there was one little moment, wasn't there, where he pushed a free kick back and they cut to Bellingham and he was laughing that he was being slightly officious, but that was as close as it got on the field of play, certainly. So yeah, keep those coming. Talksport.com, text 81089, tweet TSH and JO 37172223344 to get in touch.
Graham Trimming wrote to...
Graham Trimming?
Yeah, he wrote to the Sun. He said the goal scored by 16-year-old Lamine Yamal to send Spain into the Euro 2024 final was spectacular.
Okay.
But the commentators, thank you, but the commentators praised for it was over the top. Bukayo Saka must be wondering what all the fuss is about. And I was thinking, it's only Graham that thinks like that. It's not all the Trimmings.
It's not all the Trimmings. It's not Christmas yet, is it? It would be great to see them all at Christmas. Lovely family. What about that though? The Foden kind of, it was like Phoenix from the Flames, you know. Yeah, it was. You make a good point about Trippier actually. I mean, it's bound to be the same team, and he is. You know, we know he loves to cut inside, not bad when he's outside. We were saying just now, weren't we, that thing that Germany do, that they often, him and Williams and Noel get to Spain, sorry, get to the byline and cut it back, and almost been on the edge of the box. That's something we're really going to have to watch.
Oh yeah,
that's
absolutely.
been a bit of a.
The ratings in the Times were okay this morning because Foden only got 7, but Bellingham got 8. Most people said that Foden was better than Bellingham. Harry Kane got 7. I thought I was pretty generous.
Yeah, that's not L'Equipe Gazette style marking. No. It's not Adrian Durham style marking either. Anyway, talking of which, we're in the England camp next. Faye Carruthers is en route to Berlin. We'll find her at a service station somewhere. That's what we normally do. And we'll just check in after last night. But before that, let's head to Wimbledon, get an update from Lisa O'Sullivan.
The glamour of the life on the road for Faye Carruthers as I sit here in my centre court box at Wimbledon watching the sunshine and a rather defeated looking Jasmine Paolini serving first in the second set. She has been struggling to hold serve, catches the air there with a cry because that's her first point. 8 minutes it took her to hold serve right at the beginning of the match, but Donna Vekic has been sublime on serve and looks very, very comfortable in the glorious sunshine on the centre court. She took the first set 6-2. We are underway in the second. Paolini needs to battle back.
Thank you very much, Lisa. We'll be making regular visits back to Lords as well. We'll catch up with John Norman watching the England West Indies first test. But yeah, Faye Carruthers joins us very shortly. We're here at Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club now to win great prizes with the Shop Save and Score stamp card.
The sun was shining. The Dilks were quacking. All was well as Derek Jones stubbed out his lunchtime cigarette on the ground and put his rubbish in the bin. On his way back to work, he suddenly felt terribly guilty. But why? What had he done? He was racking his brains, and then he saw it. A duck pointing angrily at his discarded cigarette butt. You don't think you're a litterer, but cigarette butts are rubbish. If you smoke, bin your butts. Keep Britain tidy.
It goes like this. Tread your own path. Don't follow. Write your own story. And style from the feet up. This is Size, where art meets music, meets sport, meets fashion. Find the latest footwear collections, collaborations and exclusives from Adidas, Asics, Hoka, Solomon and more. Head to size.co.uk. What's your size?
Customers to bestheating.com and we'll give you a percentage of the sale in actual cold hard cash. Plus your customer gets 10% off too, so everyone is a winner. Visit bestheating.com/trade to reply your customers and start making money today.
Righty here. I've just given the new Gillette Labs razor a go, and it's smooth. 5 long-lasting blades, and it's got a flex disc that adapts to my gorgeous face. Done in no time, then it goes back on its magnetic stand for a finish almost as good as one of mine. And if you don't agree it's the ultimate shave, get your money back. 18 plus, retain receipt, terms and conditions apply.
It's hard to see the screen in the pub. So watch the match at home with 2 Stone-baked pizzas and 4 Budweisers. Now £5 for members at Co-op. Available online or in-store. Non-members £6 and 16th of July. Selected products and stores excludes independent cooperatives. Court membership required subject to availability. 18 plus. Drink responsibly.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of yes! Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
Talk Sport traffic.
Cheshire, the M62 remained closed westbound after a collision much earlier today. It shut from junction 9 at Winwick along to junction 7 for Warrington Road. In Bedfordshire at Eton Soken, the A1 southbound is still shut after a lorry hit the bridge there just by the A428 turn-off. And in Devon, the M5 southbound is partly blocked for emergency repairs between Clumpton, junction 28 and junction 29 for Exeter. I'm Adam Moore.
From 6, the UEFA Euro 2024 final. Live, uninterrupted, on location commentary of Spain versus England. Kick-off 8 p.m. on Talk Sport. Hasta la vista, baby!
Camp updates on Talk Sport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
We all want to be loved, right?
From 1966 and 2021, read 2024.
Gareth Southgate, a man who's had so much criticism at this tournament, and he's got us to the final again. Respect the man's name.
To be able to celebrate a second final is very, very special, and yeah, it means a lot.
The second final delivered by Gareth Southgate in the space of 3 years.
Biggest asset is how level he is. You know, when things are going well, he's level. When things are going badly, he's level.
I'm so happy for everybody at home, and yeah, one more night.
It will be England-Spain on Sunday in Berlin. They have beaten the Netherlands by 2 goals to 1.
I think like Adrian there, a man who's had so much criticism to get off it from you.
A little bit of revisionism, but none of us can walk away scot-free.
No,
We've all had
absolutely.
something to say about Gareth in the last few days. One more night. I wonder if we might get a bit of Phil Collins played before Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, did he mean one more night for him as the manager, or one more night? I don't know.
Right. Now, Faye Crothers is going to join us, but she's now in a tunnel.
Oh dear, she's done a brilliant photo bomb of all.
She has, yeah, we're going to ask her about that when she emerges from the tunnel. Some of those tunnels in Germany are quite long, so
That's
it could be. I think we got her back. Let's try Faye. Hello, Faye. Oh, she's not in. Okay, great. Heck of a tunnel, that is. Right. Anything else you want to talk about, Andy?
Well, it's quite interesting. I can't remember. Sometimes I can't remember what we talked about.
I tell you
On air or off there.
what was that?
You know about the Cucurella and Saka thing?
Yeah, Cucurella and Saka. We're going to chat to Faye about that once she emerges. I'll tell you, in the meantime, Faye spoke to Gareth Southgate after the game last night, and he tried to sum up the emotion that makes it yet another final.
So proud of the players, the way that they played, the character that they're showing, the togetherness they're showing, because again, contribution from the bench, players that have been ready, they've all supported each other through nearly 50 odd days together, and to watch them grow as a group, build resilience as a group, start to show our quality as a group as well. Yeah, it's been an incredible evening. Delighted for everybody at home, because I can imagine how that is at the moment. And then I've got this thing at the back of my mind that we've got Spain on Sunday with a day less to prepare than they have. And yeah, we've got probably as a coaching team, we've got to start cracking on with that tonight on the way home.
Yeah, you touched on that, and it's something you don't necessarily think of. It is that 24 hours less time to prepare.
It's Wednesday, Sunday, it should be fine.
I'd like to think so. Anyway, Faye has emerged from the tunnel, the queen of the photo bombers. She joins us now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm about to go in a tunnel, so you might lose me again in 10 minutes. I'm very sorry.
Give us some words of wisdom.
Yes.
Oh, what can I give you? We're into another final. It's amazing.
Yeah.
What a night it was last night.
We will get get her back.
We'll get her back, and
This is
sure,
a slightly
it was a
shorter
fantastic night. I mean, absolutely brilliant, and especially when you were there, and same for her as well, because she's close to the team, and you know, has empathy with them. It's great, and of course, great for all of us.
While Faye emerges from the tunnel, second tunnel, let's head over to Lords, where John Norman is watching England play West Indies in the first test. Good afternoon, John. How are we getting on?
Yeah, the question is whether Andy will be here tomorrow watching cricket. It's, I'd say it's probably 60-40 that there'll be a decent amount of play tomorrow, because for a large portion of today, the question has been, will this test be wrapped up in 2 days? So poor were West Indies with the bat yesterday. England lost 3 wickets in the morning session today, but Chris Woakes and Jamie Smith, who were unbeaten at the lunch break, are still there. 327 for 6 then, the lead is 206, and even in this day of aggressive declarations, I can't see Ben Stokes calling the team in anytime soon, so Andy should get at least a session or two tomorrow. It's been a pretty relaxed fair, to be honest, after all the excitement yesterday that surrounded Jimmy Anderson, and of course that 7 for 45 on debut by Gus Atkinson. We've seen runs going the way of Brook and Roots, and on debut James Smith is now 36 not out. So the lead 207, and England at 328 for 6.
Thanks very much, John.
I'll go and annoy him tomorrow.
Yeah, you can go and annoy him up in the box. Anyway, I think we've got Faye back. Hello again, Faye.
Hello, I'm so sorry. We literally have to do this cross-country drive every time England play, and it's a 5-hour drive, and there's one little part of it where you have to go through 2 tunnels, and it just happened to be that was exactly when you phoned me to speak. So sorry.
So you said you are the queen of the England Instagram, because Ollie Watkins was taking a photograph, and you managed to photobomb, didn't you?
Oh, I totally photobombed him. It was funny. They put the thing up saying all smiles, and then my big face in the background on Ollie Watkins' shoulder. So that's the kind of vibe there was in the tunnel after the game. It was incredible that I was stood right next to the England dressing room as they were all coming in, and everyone's just hugging, shaking hands with the media, and just absolutely delighted that they've got to another final, which was just incredible, and the atmosphere was amazing. During the game, the England fans, even though they were completely outnumbered by the Dutch fans, that they outsung them the whole game. I was down the far end in front of what is in Dortmund the yellow wall, but with the orange wall last night, and you can hear the England fans down the other end much louder. It really was incredible.
And they did play well. That's the thing, isn't it? Probably for the first time, the most sustained period of good play, I think, in the whole tournament.
Yeah, it felt like it. The first half in particular was fantastic. I thought Phil Foden was brilliant. Kobbie Mainoo, excellent as well. So many good performances across the pitch, actually. The second half was a little bit different. Changed things with Luke Shaw coming on, and Wout Weghorst came on for the Dutch, which changed their game plan a little bit, and we rode our luck at times. 50-50 on whether it was a penalty or not for Harry Kane as well, although he said afterwards, my foot's hanging off, so it feels he definitely took a clattering. It's just who made the contact first, and it was a bit reckless. But those kind of decisions are the ones that would be absolutely furious with if they went against us. But you just kind of take in modern football nowadays. So yeah, it was a fascinating spectacle, and then I was behind the goal for the Watkins winner, and I've seen Cole Palmer come on and change the game, and Andy, as a Chelsea fan, you know what he's capable of. He's absolutely incredible, and he did just change the game, but there was a slight concern at one point where he skied one, and Watkins had a chance with a ball into him and completely missed it, and I thought, oh no, those changes aren't gonna make the impact we wanted them to, but they came good and combined for what was a brilliant goal. With about 1 second left of normal time. It was brilliant.
It was a great moment at the end of the game as well, where Cole Palmer gave it away twice when he should really have kept the ball. You heard somebody on the England bench say, Cole! It was saw what Bellingham did. He took the ball and won a free kick.
Yeah.
But that's Cole Palmer. He's very progressive play. He's always looking to attack and go forward.
Yeah, I mean, he said that to me when we sat down and had our chat last week. I said, what's the first thing you think about when you get on the pitch? He said, attack. But in those circumstances, this is where him being 22 comes into play, and the experience of the older heads in the team, or more experienced heads in the team, because actually he's older than Jude Bellingham, but Jude Bellingham's been around the England setup for much longer and been in some really big games in European football. So, you know, they've got the experience to slow the game down, you know, take it into a corner if they need to, win a foul if they need to, etc. But I thought it was an all-round brilliant team performance, and Gareth Southgate has spoken on numerous occasions during this tournament about the fact that it's a squad game, and he's used 21 players of the 26, and everybody's made their impact.
Well, Faye, we'll let you crack on and get to Berlin, and we will catch up with you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
I'm not quite going to Berlin yet. I've got to go back to Blankenheim first, and then up to Berlin. So, yeah, but looking forward to it, and look forward to speaking to you hopefully tomorrow.
Nice one. Thanks, Faye. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
There's Faye Crothers, our England correspondent. Yeah, she'll be with us tomorrow.
Did you notice that UEFA were definitely censoring the chanting? At one point, the England fans were shouting, "Your support is not that good."
Yeah, your support is not that good.
Yeah. You can hear they definitely they do that, don't they?
Yes, I think they do. It kind of just a slight muting, isn't it?
Yes. Phasing.
So there we are. That was our look in the England camp with Carling. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. David Webb will join us very shortly. The Georgia coach. We caught up with him earlier in the tournament. He subsequently played against Spain. Of course, Georgia put in a great shift against Spain. They ultimately lost 4-1, but they troubled Spain, got in front, and it really wasn't until about 75 minutes in that Spain were home and hosed. So what is it like to take them on? David Webb joins us. And of course, we continue the Ollie Watkins loving with the former director of football at Exeter and Spurs legend Steve Perryman joining us in the next half hour.
Camp updates on Talk Sport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly. Hawksby and Jacobs on Talk Sport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Store stamp card.
If you bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
Stop, listen, chicken. The 8 mini fillet bucket, $6.99. 8 succulent mini fillets. Buy, eat, digest. Good, repeat. Believe in deals, believe in chicken. Until 21st of July, subject to availability. Participating restaurants only. Not available on delivery. See website for full T&Cs.
My dear here, my dear there, heating, cooling everywhere. Same day quotes, next day delivery. You can even get a 10-year warranty.
Install split systems, VRF, chillers or heat pumps? My dear, a juggernaut in HVAC, manufacturing over 60 million systems per year and global sponsor of Manchester City, wants to make you our next MyPro signing. Win more, earn faster. That's the My Dear idea.
At NatWest, we've partnered with Team GB. So just like we help you reach your goals, we're backing our nation's top athletes to achieve theirs this summer. But what's the national team without its nation behind them? So with every impossible lift, mush around a hairpin corner, and last-ditch lunge towards the finish line. Let's support them all the way. Whatever your goals, let's go. Tomorrow begins today with NatWest, proud partner of Team GB.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builder with 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Pump up your summer.
That is devastating counter-attacking football.
Every twist, every tackle, every tantalising touch of the ball.
It was a cracking strike.
Everyone fans Euro 2024 Germany.
On Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2.
Talk Sport News.
Georgia coach match. David Webb up next, talking about taking on the Spanish. We asked for your hot takes from your WhatsApp groups in running last night during the match. Put your name on this one. Cowardly that was, because this listener said to his mates on the WhatsApp group, please God, not Watkins.
Oh no.
When he came
We've
on.
all done that one.
Yeah, that one put you on the backside. We've had a few like that. We'll bring you the best of those. Keep those coming, those hot takes from your WhatsApp groups last night. We look back now, ever so slightly read. Talksport.com, text 81089, tweet TSH and J 03717222344. Emma Kerwin has the news headlines.
Good afternoon. The Prime Minister says we should mark Sunday's final against Spain if England win the Euros. Sir Keir Starmer stopped short of saying we'll get an extra bank holiday though.
The most important thing is getting over the line on Sunday. I've always said this team, we're going to go all the way, so I'm really, really pleased, and just good luck.
Sir Keir says he doesn't want to jinx it. A manhunt's underway after 2 suitcases containing suspected human remains were found on a famous bridge in Bristol. TalkSport's Jeremy Leben has the latest.
Police received reports of a man acting suspiciously on the Clifton Suspension Bridge just before midnight last night. Officers say they got to the scene in less than 10 minutes, but he'd already left. They're now trying to find the man and identify the remains.
A vigil's been held at a church following the killings of 3 members of commentator John Hunt's family in Hertfordshire. A suspect remains in hospital. And campaigners are angry the regulators allowing water companies in England and Wales to hike bills to cover upgrades to the network. They'll rise by an average of £19 a year for the next 5 years.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you need a professional grade sealant with high mold resistance, easy tooling and minimal shrinkage, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
England's last-minute hero Ollie Watkins is the engine of the train, according to one of his early managers. And on day 2 at Lord's, England lead the West Indies by more than 200 runs and counting. Ben has more at 3.
Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2. Official broadcast partner of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
This is the moment you've been waiting for. Soak up all the atmosphere with an unsurpassed team of experts, including Adrian Durham, Jeff Stelling, Stuart Pearce, Ellen Brazil, Ashley Young, Emmanuel Petit, and Super Ellie McCoist.
And we will call football off the line.
Game on for the Euros.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
On Talk and Sporten und Talk and Sporten 2.
Paul Hawksby and Jacobs here on Talk Sport, and over the next few days, Gareth Southgate, Steve Holland and his coaches will be trying to find a way to beat Spain. Someone who's already gone in there toe-to-toe joins us now. They didn't come out with a victory, but came out with a lot of credit. He's part of the Georgia coaching team under Willie Samuel. It's David Webb joining us once again. Hi, David.
Hi guys, how are you?
Good, thank you. Yes, we'll come on to England in a minute, but yes, I mean, it was a fantastic tournament for you guys. So you left it with a lot of credit. It was a tough one in the end in that last 16 game. 4-1 ultimately with Spain, but you were in front. You did scare them, and they weren't outside really until quite late in the game. So I suppose the question is, how do England go out and beat them?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Yeah, we had a game plan against Spain, and it was, I think, right up until the sort of last minute before Rodri scored, we was obviously under a lot of pressure for periods of the game, but we held them quite well, and obviously managed to get a goal early on the transition, and that was sort of our game plan really, because we knew Spain were going to dominate the ball, dominate possession, they're going to play very good players, and especially the wide players as well, with 1v1. So I think for us it was be patient, wait for our chances and try and catch them on the transition, and especially in the wide areas we felt a little bit vulnerable there, where we got our goal from, and I think that was our best opportunity to score. But when we come into the second half and go into the later moments, we put in such a shift, we were just tired in the end, and then Spain overrun us a little bit.
You make a couple more goals. Yeah, England got a lot less of the ball than they had in previous games. So it's going to be interesting how they play without the ball, because we know how Spain like to play.
Yeah, they do. They dominate the ball, and I think, and another thing as well, we didn't realise, obviously, until you're there playing them, how quickly they recover the ball back. They press. So as soon as they lose the ball, you can hear the coaches on the sideline shouting, "Press, press, press." And then when we spoke to them a little bit after, their aim is to get the ball back as quickly as possible, like 2 to 3 seconds. So as soon as you do manage to get a little bit of ball possession, you're under pressure immediately. So it's going to be, from that end, they press and counter press really well.
Yeah, looking at my notes from that game, they had 32 attempts, didn't they? 13 on target, so they're pretty relentless, aren't they, in an attacking sense?
Oh, they're ruthless. They are ruthless. They've got so many good players that can hurt you. The wide players, Morata up front, their 2 number 8s that like to get in behind, Pedri, Fabian Ruiz, and then obviously you've got Rodri just marshalling in behind them. So many multiple options they attack from. So it's going to be difficult for England. But I think we've got the personnel, especially in the wide areas like with Saka and obviously Trippier from wide, and then Bellingham and Foden in the pockets as well. Because sometimes Rodri just sits a little bit deep, so there is spaces around him, but you've got to utilise that time and space when you get it well, because they don't give you much time when you got the ball.
I think Williams and Jamal, you saw Williams scored against you. Both of them can come inside, but they're pretty decent when they go outside as well. We've seen that cut back to Olmo, that cut back to the edge of the box. It's been a weapon for them, hasn't it, during the tournament?
Yeah, they're super impressive. They sort of target that 1v1 in the wide areas. We had wing backs, so we had to be quite with our sort of centre backs, our midfielders, to double up and try and help us out a little bit. And I think with their third goal, Williams scored against us. He managed to get 1v1 against our centre back, which was a real pace mismatch. So again, you want to, even though they're devastating on the outside, ideally you want to try and keep them that way, because you don't want them coming in getting shots on goal.
Yeah, Saka Cucurella, we were saying, is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, he's played very well tail end of the season. He played well in this tournament. Cucurella, what did you make of him?
Yeah, I think he's had a good tournament so far.
He went off in your game, didn't he? I saw he went off after about just over an hour.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think he had a knock, but I think with their fullbacks and with the wide players as well, they combine so well. They like to play in pairs, so their fullbacks and their wide players play as twos. So that's what again makes it really, really hard. And Cucurella and Williams made it very, very difficult for us down the left-hand side, because if one goes in, one goes out, and they rotate, and sometimes it's very hard to pick up both. And Cucurella came into some good form with Chelsea at the end of the season, and he's continued that through certainly sort of the first few games of the Euros.
And what did you make of Lamine Yamal? I mean, he's really been one of the players of the tournament. I think he's quite remarkable for 16, isn't he?
Oh, he's such a talent. When you see him live, you see how good he actually is. He takes the ball under pressure. He's very good 1v1, very skillful, technically excellent, and he's a very intelligent player for his age as well. His game understanding. He's kind of got them attributes that these young sort of world-class players have at an early age, like the Messis, the Ronaldos. He's in that ilk, if you like.
You pinpointed finally, David, a couple of areas where you think England can exploit maybe some of their weaknesses. So going into this as a proud Englishman, do you go in with some optimism, even though you've seen Spain up close?
Yeah, I think so. I think listen, it's going to be incredibly hard, because Spain, for me, have been one of the teams of the tournament. They've got so many good players, but I think we had joy in the wide areas where we got our goal from. I think that's an area, and maybe some spaces around Rodri. Sometimes they don't always cover. If we've got players like Foden and Bellingham can get into those sorts of spaces, and they play a very high line. So sometimes if you want to go a little bit more direct, they do give you some space in behind. But the key thing is that you've got to have the ball first to try and get it. So, but yeah, there is. Listen, I think all teams have got some small weaknesses, and I think if England play to their strengths and play to what we're good at, and using our pace on the counter and the transition, I think we could be in with a good chance.
Good stuff. Just a final one on Georgia. You got some reception when you got back to Tbilisi, didn't you? It was quite a party.
Yeah, it was quite, to be fair, I've never seen anything like it. There was about probably 50,000-60,000 in the streets in Freedom Square, which is the main square, and then the President and the Prime Minister came down to greet us, and we got medals of, citizens for the country medals, and we're going to get Georgian passports as well. So,
wow, That's good.
Yeah, it was remarkable seeing. I'm really pleased for the country as well.
And something to build on, isn't it, for Willie and you guys and the team? Because you know, you're really one of the most exciting. I mean, we reflect on this. Everybody loved watching Georgia play. You know, it was front foot. It was exciting football. You didn't go out wondering, did you?
No, and I think that helped us in a way because we was the unknown quantity going into the tournament, and we just approached it with no fear. We're going to take each game. We're going to attack. We're going to be brave. We're going to be positive. We're not just going to sit back and defend and see what we can do. That was our mentality. We had nothing to lose. We wasn't one of the favourites. So we had an incredible team spirit and mentality. So we attacked each game. We knew we had good players, especially in our attacking areas. That if we got opportunities, we could score goals. And yeah, we was really delighted with the outcome of the tournament from our perspective.
Well, enjoy the final, David. Good to talk to you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
David Webb there, Georgia coach, and that was in Chelsea. I'm sure there's a few Scotland fans out there. I know there's a few because I've spoken to them. They would like to see that sort of Georgia mentality from their own tournament.
Absolutely.
But anyway, well done to them, and the real fascinating stuff there from David.
It's nice to hear a few Scottish, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was very funny. Barry Glendenning, you've been hearing on weekends, was on the Guardian podcast, and clearly at the point Saka's offside, he does a chef's kiss, which he completely denied until they gave him the video evidence. Yes. Anyway, it's all a bit of sport. It all adds to the fun. We're going to have a chat with Steve Perrin a little bit later on, who was the director of football at Exeter City when Ollie Watkins was there. In fact, I think he took on the job the year that Ollie Watkins came into the academy at 11 years old. So watched him grow up as a player to play for the first team. And Steve Perrin joins us a little bit later on. As we continue the build-up, we're going to head back to Lords. There's been another wicket.
2 wickets.
2 wickets now at Lords since we last spoke to John. So looks like Andy will see plenty of play tomorrow, John.
Yeah, we'll see. 47 overs remaining today. Remember, West Indies yesterday, admittedly in much better conditions for bowling, were bowled out with just 41 overs. But we shall see. Still 2 wickets away from West Indies batting again. And the 2 batters to fall. Chris Woakes, 23, when he's just clipped a half volley on the pad straight down the fielder's throat at square leg. And Gus Atkinson, who in his on his first day of Test cricket, took 7 for 45, and on his second day of Test cricket has just been dismissed first ball. So there you go. Shoaib Bashir has just faced his first delivery. What a shot that is, by the way. Jamie Smith, who is another odd debut, has just played this ball that was on about 6-stump line, and he's played it on the up and over mid-on's head for a couple of bounces for. He moves to 49. Shoaib Bashir's faced his first delivery in England. We might just get to see Jimmy Anderson play one of those reverse sweeps for the final time once one of these 2 batters are dismissed. Either way, England lead 225, but Atkinson and Woakes have departed. They're 346 for 8.
Thanks very much, John. We'll check in with Lisa at Wimbledon very shortly.
If they're 9 down overnight, I'm not going.
You're not going to bother? No, that's probably true. So, if you weren't listening to the sports bar last night, you would have heard Jason Cundy's Has Anyone Seen? We'll play you that very shortly. It was quite an epic one.
It was very fun.
With a full start, maybe we'll find you that one as well, and lots more besides. It's Paul Hawksby, Andy Jacobs here on TalkSport, building up to the European Championship final, live on TalkSport on Sunday, England versus Spain. And we are here with Toolstation. You can join the Toolstation Club now for the chance to win great prizes with the Shop Save and Score stamp card.
Sounds like someone's lowered prices with their Tesco Club card. Like Magnum Euphoria or Magnum Chill-Free ice cream sticks, now only £2.50, down from £4. With Tesco Club card, everyone can feel the lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 22nd of July. Club card or app required.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Score stamp card.
We are getting so close. Let's keep everything the same to keep the good luck.
Yeah, same t-shirts, couch spots, same place to buy the snacks.
I got them at BP on the way back from Leeds. I can't go back at... Fine, I'll go back to the Lucky BP.
Yeah!
Lucky BP! Lucky BP!
BP is Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
We're BetMGM, and we know how to put on a show. This is the European Championship, Vegas style. At BetMGM, we've got something for every football fan. Bet builders, actors, price boosts, and daily specials. Plus, new customers bet £10 and get £60 in free bets. Tournament football just got going. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Put your three lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challengers and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut saying? Want to change the radio station? Or jump in and keep us company? Let's do this then. You belong here. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army Jobs.
Screwfix Sprint delivers from store to door in 60 minutes or less. Order now exclusively on a Screwfix app. Conditions and geographical restrictions apply. Selected products.
TalkSport Traffic.
Cheshire, the M62 remains closed westbound after a collision earlier. It shut from junction 9 at Winnick along to junction 7 for Warrington Road. In Bedfordshire, at Eton Sophie, the A1 southbound is still shut after a collision involving a lorry just by the A428 turn-off. And in Surrey, delays are building on the anti-clockwise M25 as you head through the roadworks between Chertsey at junction 11 and turn off the A3 at junction 10. I'm Adam Moore.
Hier, jedes Tor, jeder goldene Moment.
Official broadcast partner of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Euro Hawksby and Jacobs.
On TalkSport.
Treffers.
We're asking for your hot takes. You're going back through your WhatsApp messages during the game and indeed the tournament to see how hopelessly you have predicted things. Steve in Suffolk says, after a few beers on the opening night of the tournament, I sent a barrage of angry WhatsApp messages to my mate telling him how England wouldn't progress past the group stages and that we'd have a new manager before the quarter-finals had begun. Fast forward 3 weeks, last night, and after half a bottle of wine, I was telling the same friend that Gareth would remain in charge until the 2030 World Cup. It's a fickle world we live in. Well, it's a fickle world you live in, Steve, clearly. But you're not alone, yes. Let's have some more of your hot takes this afternoon. Let's check in with Lisa O'Sullivan, though, at Wimbledon.
Yeah, Jasmine Palini has found a vein of form, I think it's fair to say, in this first of the women's semi-finals. She's playing longer points, and that's kind of where her strength is, and is forcing the errors from Donna Beckett, who hasn't really done too much wrong other than that. Big serving took that first set 6-2, but it is 3-4 Beckett about to serve on serve in the second set.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Now, straight after the game last night, we had the sports bar, of course. James Cundy and Jamie O'Hara took your calls after the game, and a staple of the sports bar, as I'm sure you're aware, is Jason's Has Anyone Seen, where he tends to call out the vanquished. So it's not hard enough losing a game of football. And I've been there, but I'm sure you have. Although, does he do it against Chelsea? Does he ever do anti-Chelsea?
No.
So you get off scot-free. I'm coming home from a Tottenham game after we've got beaten, and I'm getting, has anyone seen Danny Kelly, Paul Hawksby, Chirpy? I'm getting the lot. So you managed to get away with it. Yeah, he does the whole thing. So, last night was quite epic, but before he likes to get into his stride. He's like James Brown on stage. He kind of works himself up into a lather. But there was a false start last night for a good reason. But let's bring you the false start first.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar on TalkSport. I'm Jamie O'Hara, and I'm with Jason Cundy.
Has anyone seen Holland?
Wait there, because Wayne Brothers is with
it's the legend, Gareth Southgate. Imagine you've got to come down from that. You could, I mean, it was like one of those blankets you have put round you after the marathon. You had to sit down, I'm sure. But after they'd had a chat with Gareth, old Jamie's a piece of the legend that is. Wasn't a legend last week, was he? Anyway, Jason finally did get a chance to come off his long run on the Dutch, and we do apologise to Daniel, who we're chatting to shortly, the Dutch TalkSport listener. But this was Jason's Has Anyone Seen?
This is the Sports Right. I'm Jamie O'Hara, and this is Jason Cowley.
Has anyone seen Holland? Bikes, windmills, Max Verstappen, Kirby Max, you're going to win it. Meeting, Fenton Light, Garfield, the Red Light District, Canals, Virgil van Dijk, Vincent van Gogh, Dick van Dijk. Can you hear me, Vic? Can you hear me, man? Can you hear me, Dijk? You're going to win it. Meeting, Cowfish, Ten Hag, Jason Orange, Carrots, Luther Wakehead. Traffic cones! Can you hear me, traffic cones? Can you hear me, traffic cones? Can you hear me, traffic cones? You're going to win a hell of a beating. Sainsbury's, Mangoes, Ed Sheeran's hair, Yannick Sinner's hair. You're going to win a hell of a beating.
Clownfish.
Sainsbury's. That's what Dick Van Dyke, who isn't Dutch in any shape or form.
Okay, maybe somewhere in the family.
Possibly.
Let's have a quick chat with Daniel. Sorry, Daniel, you've been good enough to come on and chat to the listening millions, and we spoke to you before the England game. Commiserations on the result last night.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me on again.
So how are you viewing it today? Are you kind of philosophical about it all? Do you think you could have done more? How do you feel about the manager?
Yeah, gee. The thing is that it is what it is in a way. Everybody's talking about was it a penalty, wasn't it not a penalty, moaning about the VAR. I don't do that. The point is that he could have given it. Anywhere else on the pitch, you get a free kick against you. So that's what it is. And I don't like to moan because you're just a sore loser otherwise.
So you live over here, so you're at work today with all the England fans. What's it been like?
Well, I'm sitting next to one because I'm training somebody up.
Oh dear.
He's laughing now. No, what it is that I got a lot of stick, of course, last night, and we've got a group chat in for work, and there's like 30 drivers on there, and it was like, oh yeah, Foden and Menu, best players on the pitch. That was half time. So me thinking, 88 minutes, and I thought because we were controlling the game at that point, we weren't creating that many chances, by the way, but we were controlling the game at that point. And I was like, yeah, Schouten, best player on the pitch for second half. And literally 30 seconds later, bloody Ollie Watkins shoots that ball in. Like, what the hell?
Oh yeah, I bet you were getting it after that. Did you leave the group? Did you temporarily mute the group? Did you?
You know what? Actually, my manager chucked me out when we started. Started the game. I think enough of this. It's pretty hard now. And it was just a bit. It was deep back there, absolutely. But yeah, no. You know what? First half, we got literally played off the park by you guys. Foden was ripping us off. Manu had every second ball. It was absolutely brilliant.
So do you want England to win the final?
Could have been 2 or 3 nil.
It could have been, yeah. They were on top. But do you want England to win it?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm living here now for 9 years, so yeah. I wanted to win yesterday as a Dutch person, but now we've lost, and to be fair, now I'm rooting for England on Sunday.
Cheers, Daniel. All the best. Thanks very much.
Have a good one.
There we are, Daniel, the Holland fan there. So, still to come, Steve Perryman joins us. So Ollie Watkins. Steve was the director of football at Exeter when Ollie was there. From the point he was just a young 11-year-old lad joining the club. Henry Winter from Worldtop is going to join us as well to reflect on the tournament, a topsy-turvy tournament, but here we are at the final. And Tim Lee will join us. He's a Brit abroad. He lives in Spain, has done for many years. So we'll kind of gauge the mood. He lives in Barcelona, gauge the mood in Barcelona and see how they're feeling about the final. But many of their fine players and involved in that match. That's all to come.
Sounds like someone's lowered prices with their Tesco Club card.
Like Magnum Euphoria or Magnum Chill-Free ice cream sticks, now only £2.50, down from £4.
With Tesco Club card, everyone can feel the lower prices.
Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 22nd of July. Club card or app required.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Score stamp card.
Today's game should be phenomenal with all that talent from the Nissan All-Star Vans.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. Nissan Townstar EVs in gold with advanced safety systems. Primastar generates so much space in the midfield with up to 8.6 cubic metres of load capacity.
And the all-new Interstar poses a threat as that large, versatile forward up front.
Yeah, all backed by a 5-year warranty and supported by a team of All-Star Van experts. That's All-Star quality. Search Nissan All-Star Vans and visit your local All-Star Van centre.
T's and C's apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely and control vehicle at all times.
Play Set for Life and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Righty here. I'm just giving the new Gillette Labs razor a go, and it's smooth. 5 long-lasting blades, and it's got a flex disc that adapts to my gorgeous face. Done in no time, then it goes back on its magnetic stand. For a finish almost as good as one of mine. And if you don't agree it's the ultimate shave, get your money back. 18 plus, retain receipt, terms and conditions apply.
Say hello to Chase, awarded Best British Bank by our customers.
Tell me more.
Well, it's quick and easy to open a Chase account.
Anything else?
We charge no fees when you use your Chase debit card abroad.
Great. I'm saving to go to Antigua. Can I open a saver account?
Yes, you can add up to 10 separate saver accounts.
Hang on, so I could also open one for that festival I want to go to?
Absolutely.
Oh, and a spa weekend after.
It would be rude not to.
Where do I sign up?
You can download the Chase app today. Chase, awarded Best British Bank by our customers.
18 plus UK residents. Chase current account required.
Let me go straight to the point. When you lane a patio or driveway, you need Sika Fast Fix. It's ready mixed, easy to use, and quick to apply. Plus, it comes in 5 colours, and you can use it in any weather. Transform your next project with confidence. Transform it with Sika Fast Fix. And you'll finish a quality job in no time at all. Sika stock is now at sika.co.uk/landscaping.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Official broadcast of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany. Talk Sport.
Talk Sport.
We're the Lookers. Buy or sell your vehicle the simple way. Visit lookers.co.uk.
And the King, has anyone seen Jason Cundy's alongside Andy Goldstein today on Euro Drive. So stay tuned at 4. Lots to come with myself and Andy before then. More of your hot takes. Embarrassing yourselves as you go back through your WhatsApp groups from last night's games. Calling the players and the manager all kinds. Anyway, that's all to come after Ben Fletcher with the sport.
Good afternoon. The love-in for England's last-minute hero continues this afternoon.
Watkins making a good run forward here, and he slipped him in inside the penalty area, and he's hit it. Oh! Has he hit it? He's just won it!
Former Exeter manager Paul Tisdale has told TalkSport how his one-time protégé was destined to find the net.
Less is more. I think it's having this clear thought pattern for scoring goals. The more you think, the more you clutter your mind. But if you have that sole vision, I'm going to score, I'm going to run forward, I'm going to think forward, I'm going to shoot. It's amazing how often those things come off.
Villa club legend Gabby Agbonlahor is delighted the 28-year-old has finally been given his chance.
We've been calling for it. I've been calling for Watkins to come on and play. Finally, he's proactive, Southgate, not reactive. Throughout the tournament, it's when we concede, he brings on subs. Finally, yesterday, he makes the right decisions.
Spain versus England is live from Berlin on Sunday night, right here on TalkSport. Joao Palhinha has completed his move from Fulham to Bayern Munich. He admits it's the happiest day of his life.
Player of the season at Craven Cottage. He's earned his old club £42 million to start with on a deal running till 2028. And to Lords, where England's lead over the West Indies has extended to beyond 230 runs on day 2. John Norman is watching for TalkSport.
359 for 8. It's been sedate fair today as this crowd basks in the summer sun, but might be set for a little bit of entertainment. Jamie Smith has just smashed Alzara Joseph, Shamar Joseph actually, for 6 into the members. He's farming the strike, keeping Bashir at the non-striker's end. He's going for the big shot, big swing and a miss there as well, misses this time. So we could be set for some fun in the sun. England lead by 238, they're 359 for 8.
There's plenty of exclusive content on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
TalkSport News.
The Prime Minister won't commit to giving us a bank holiday if England win the Euros because he doesn't want to jinx it. And 2 suitcases containing suspected human remains have been found at a bridge in Bristol. Emma has more at 5:30.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. With over 600 centres across the UK, most of which open 7 days a week, we're here for every journey. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
A mixed picture this afternoon. Rain across the central belt and in northeastern Scotland. Dry elsewhere. The best of the sunshine in the southeast.
TalkSport. Official broadcast of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. Live commentary of every game. Achtung, baby!
That's a goal!
Euro Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport.
Crank it up.
Good afternoon, it's Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs here on TalkSport. And of course, over the next couple of days, we will be building up to the European Championship final Sunday in Berlin, live on TalkSport. England versus Spain.
Yes, exciting.
Mouth-watering prospect. So we'll be.
I think it'll be a good game.
Yeah, so do I. Hope so anyway. We'll be in Spain a little bit later on with Tim Lee, who's a commentator and broadcaster out there, been living in Spain for years. So yeah, we'll sort of take the pulse from the Spanish nation via an expat a little bit later on, and all manner of other stuff besides. We are asking for, as I said, myself and Andy were going through our kind of WhatsApp conversations last night, and when you ultimately win a game, in those moments of tension, you do make a bit of a burk of yourself. We've all done it, haven't we?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at some of it now, like Mainoo's knackered, needs changing, a bit of energy from Gallagher maybe, it's all this sort of mad stuff. We just have to vent this, we have to vent at each other, don't we? So yeah, that's right, we're going to go at Gareth for being too reactive. Koeman's changed it at half-time, Gareth hasn't responded. Yup, you're saying? You're just letting me vent here, Andy.
No, but it's true, you know.
Yeah.
Look, he Gambia called the horse right. He finally did what everybody wanted to do, and it worked. So
Gareth's sitting on his hands again. I'm saying he probably won't be bowled until they score a second.
I said something like Kane wasn't Kane, he'd be substituted.
Yeah, that's right. I'm saying Watkins for Kane, please, Gareth. Yeah, well, it's just nuts. Everybody does it though. You've been telling us about some of yours. Not last night, but in the Slovakia game. I texted my mate. I said, "You've got to take Bellingham and Kane." 2 minutes later, well, you know what happened.
Yeah.
Says Ian the Leeds. We all do it.
Yeah, that one we do.
Yeah, we all do it. We all slightly go nuts in those. It's because we care, I think. You know, we want the team to do well. We want the team to play well. None of it stands a great deal of scrutiny. But if you want to put yourself on offer, as we have, 03717223344, talksport.com. Text to 81089 or tweet to TSH&J. Did you see the King sent a message to the players?
I did, yeah.
It was an interesting turn of phrase. I mean, you don't often get people talking like this. King Charles said, "If I may encourage you to secure victory before the need for any last-minute wonder goals or another penalties drama, I'm sure the stresses on the nation's collective heart rate and blood pressure would be greatly alleviated." It's a bit like Jane Austen.
He actually wrote.
I think he did, with his leaky pen. What's it exactly? It's like Jane Austen, isn't it? Phoning TalkSport. Hello, Jay. Hello, Jason. Yeah, Jane here from Winchester City fan. Great show. Just want to say, well done to Gareth and the lads. Yeah, but what I would ask is that I'm sure the stresses on the nation's collective heart rate and blood pressure will be greatly alleviated if we could secure victory before the need for any last-minute wonder goals or lovely lads. Good to talk to you. Up to Winchester.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that, would it?
No, it wouldn't happen.
Okay, I'll tell you what, now it's time for this.
The all-star lineup on TalkSport with Nissan Vans.
Accelerate your business with Nissan's all-star van lineup. Find out more at nissan.co.uk.
Yes, we're going to add someone to our all-star lineup with Nissan Vans. I think we'll pick our player of last night. And of course, Ollie Watkins going to get the goal. He got the player of the game. But I mean, it was a telling cameo, wasn't it?
It was.
I mean, would that? I mean, I don't want to poo-poo, but would you necessarily give the man of the match to someone who'd been on for 10 minutes, albeit with a massive impact like that? I mean, I don't want to snatch it off.
It's irrelevant, really. I mean, one, and does it matter who's man of the match?
Well, it does for the purposes of this match in the next couple of seconds. Which is kind of the point. So, Andy, having completely poo-pooed the whole concept of this,
we all like it, but I mean,
who was the standout for you?
Well, it was Foden. Obviously, Foden was the man of the match, but you know, the key moment was delivered by Watkins.
It was. Yeah.
You can have an argument about it if you want.
Do you want to have an argument? Do you want to step outside?
Yeah.
And sort this out. Okay. Well, I would have made more Foden, but I think Foden was sensational last night. He's going to have a big part in that game.
He could easily have had 2 goals, couldn't he? You know, he hit the bar. Sorry, the post.
He's got a big job on Sunday night.
The line. It was amazing.
Doing his bit with around Rodri, someone he knows very well. So let's give it him, shall we? Let's give it to Phil Foden. Ollie Watkins had enough plaudits, and it was a fantastic thing. But there we are. We'll give Phil Foden man of the match. That was our pick of the star player from last night, joining our all-star lineup with Nissan Vans.
The all-star lineup on TalkSport with Nissan Vans. Accelerate your business with Nissan's all-star van lineup. Find out more at nissan.co.uk.
We're going to hear from Derek. Derek's going to have a chat with us because Harry Kane, I mean, it is a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? But I mean, I think we've been saying throughout this tournament, Andy, we might do this, but he won't do that. Gareth won't do that. And one of the things he would never do is probably not start with Harry Kane.
He just will. I think the problem is that everybody can see it, and I'm sure Gareth knows it. He must know that Kane isn't as fit, he isn't as sharp.
Yeah.
He isn't Kane, he isn't playing like Harry Kane. He must be able to see that.
One of the guys in the WhatsApp group with us said he looks like Harry Kane in the Champions League final against Liverpool. He looks like he's slightly playing with a handbrake. It's not quite there. But Derek says cut him some slack. Good afternoon, Derek.
Good afternoon, guys. Great show again.
Thank you very much.
It drives me mad, guys, listening sometimes to people like yourself and others. It must be you're watching a different game from me. Gareth Southgate plays 4-3-2-1. Great when we got the ball, maybe. When we haven't got the ball, we play 8-1. Harry Kane carries 3 people on his back up front, no help, nobody advanced to him. Then Foden, you say Foden's player of the match. Then Foden's doing his snaky movements going forward, great player that he is. Then all the others are doing all this running with the ball. Poor old Harry's got 3 6'6" giants on his shoulders all the time. It's just madness. 4-3-2-1. Try me 8-1.
So you would start.
He doesn't play, does he? He plays 3 at the back, really. But you know,
would you? So
he didn't really play that system the last 2 games.
Well, he don't actually play 3 at the back when we ain't got the ball. He plays 8 at the back because we all retreat to the 18-yard line. And dear old Harry's wandering around up front.
I don't agree with that. I mean, you've watched a lot of Harry Kane. Are you telling us that he is Harry Kane that we all know and recognise from Spurs in the season we had at Bayern? Are you saying he's that? He's not, is he?
If we played in a different way, and I will go back, let me put it in another way. I watched him at Spurs. I've watched all the greats of Spurs since 1958 when I started supporting them. Gilson and Greaves, Liverpool, Toshak and Keegan, right? There's always someone up in support of the number 9. Harry Kane runs around on his own, trying to play pressing when everybody else stands off.
He's been running about on his own for his whole career, really.
Derek, I'm again like you. I've watched his whole career. You know when he's on it. You know when he's at it. And I mean, look, as I said, he's not playing appallingly, but he isn't quite the same player. And I'll take on board what you say. We've got to head off. We've got to head off to Wimbledon. But thanks for your call. There's Derek, the Spurs fan. But no, I don't think I don't think it's the system letting Harry Kane down. I just don't think he's completely.
It's not even that system. But never mind. Don't worry about it.
So there Anyway, it's got us to the final, and he's going to be playing in the final. We all know that, and he's going to be starting in the final. It's just whether he finishes the game. But you know, we have got players now. We know we've seen Tony come on and have an impact, and we've seen certainly Watkins come on and have an impact, and Palmer and others that can step up. So let's head back to Wimbledon and get an update from Lisa O'Sullivan.
Yeah, we've gone into a deciding set here because Jasmine Paolini found some pretty good form, backed by the entire centre court. Nearly 15,000 people in here today. Most of those empty seats we've seen in the week are filled today, which is good news. And Donna Vekic is still looking very much the stronger player here, I think, but Paolini looking to become the first Italian woman to reach the Wimbledon final. She's the first to make the semi-finals and would like to go one step further, but Vekic, that serve has really done her well so far. So we are right at the beginning of the third set, and it is 1-all.
Thank you very much, Lisa. We're going to be joined by Henry Winter from World Soccer very shortly. He's been out in the tournament throughout. We'll be looking at the sort of arc of the tournament, if you like, because it's been some, can I use that word journey? I would reluctantly do it, but it kind of has been, and certainly for the manager and some of the players. Actually, we're going to head back.
It's a great bit of fielding.
Head back to Lords, where there's been another wicket for England in that first test against the West Indies. John Norman.
There has. It's quite an astonishing piece of fielding, actually, by Mikaele Louis. Jamie Smith has been taking on the bowling. He's just hit one of the biggest sixes I've seen at this ground. And he's essentially going for quick runs towards the back end of the innings. He went for another heave, and he's got a top edge, and because West Indies have got the field spread, they've got about 6 men on the boundary. It actually dropped down into the outfield with the fielders coming in from the offside. And Bashir had been called back for the second run. And Mikaele Louis had, I don't know, 30 yards, one stump to aim at, and he hit it. And he's just run off, cartwheeling around as though he's won the World Cup. That applause you can hear, well, I don't need to tell you who it's for, do I? The crowd here at Lords, to a man and woman and child on their feet and applauding for the final time, unless West Indies do something truly heroic over the course of the next 2 days. The last innings that Jimmy Anderson will ever play for England. Maybe, actually, Ben Stokes would have called his team in a wicket ago, but I think he would have been booed up on the balcony if he had prevented Anderson from making one last walk out to the middle with the pads on. He will, of course, bowl at some point today. So applause here, and it's warm applause for the player, and because the sun is beating down. England have lost their 9th wicket though. The lead has stretched up past 250, 246 actually. 1 wicket remaining. Anderson's at the crease, and Jamie Smith 66 not out. England 3-6-7 for 9.
Thanks very much.
Such an over celebration. It was a great bit of fielding, but blimey, they're 250 behind.
Yeah.
It's not like they've won the game with that bit of fielding.
I think he was celebrating his own.
It wasn't Butler running out the bloke in the World Cup final against New Zealand.
Beerest of margins. No, it wasn't. But I mean, it was a brilliant piece of fielding.
Brilliant.
It's great shot at the stumps. The fact the over celebration police were out in Andrew Jacobs.
It's ridiculous.
So
sprinted to the boundary. High five some bloke in the head.
Henry Winter joins us very shortly. We're here with good friends at the Tool Station. Don't forget the Tool Station Club. You could win great prizes with a Shop Save and Score stamp card.
You took the stand at the trial of the century. Well, you cooked up an omelette. Then you led 10,000 horsemen to the Ice Queen's defense. While you battled with the office printer, and you discovered we may not be alone in our galaxy. Well, you took the number 7 bus home. There's more to imagine when you listen, with audiobooks, podcasts, and originals on Audible. Subscription required. See audible.co.uk for terms.
Shop, Save and Score stamp card.
If you bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare Timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text Timeshare to 78900.
Stop, listen, chicken. The 8 mini fillet bucket, $6.99. 8 succulent mini fillets. Buy, eat, digest. Good, repeat. Believe in deals, believe in chicken. Until 21st of July, subject to availability. Participating restaurants only. Not available on delivery. See website for full T&Cs.
You're looking sharp.
Righty here. I'm just giving the new Gillette Labs razor a go, and it's smooth. 5 long-lasting blades, and it's got a flex disc that adapts to my gorgeous face. Done in no time, then it goes back on its magnetic stand for a finish almost as good as one of mine. And if you don't agree it's the ultimate shave, get your money back. 18 plus, retain receipt, terms and conditions apply.
Well, the wait is finally over. And watch this. The fans appear to be playing the free Coral Reward Shaker. Here come the English, still managing to shake under all that weight of expectation. Oh, can you believe it? The free bet is coming home. Play the free Coral Reward Shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers throughout the Euros. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Big game today. Talk us through how you got all the snacks.
Yeah, no, obviously I'm in the area, seen the BP, obviously parked up there, catch the crisp, grab some drinks, hit the line, I'm ready to pay. Obviously, scanned my BP, me rewards, got back of the net. Yeah, no, so we're off to a good start, aren't we? So, yeah.
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. Obviously. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Talk Sport traffic.
In Bedfordshire, the A1 southbound is still shut near Eton Soken. This is after a collision earlier involving a lorry just by the turn-off for the A428. In Buckinghamshire, 30 minutes of queues anti-clockwise on the M25. There are 2 lanes blocked by a breakdown there just after junction 16 for the M40. And in South Yorkshire, the M1 southbound is partly blocked by a breakdown. That's between Sheffield at junction 31 and the Whittle Services turn-off. I'm Adam Moore.
Take UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. The biggest prize in European football is up for grabs once again. Euro Hawksby and Jacobs. On Talk Sport. Zeit für den Fußball.
Big Match Review on Talk Sport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
From 1966 and 2021, read 2024. The England players race across to Ollie Watkins, who's embraced by the substitutes, by Harry Kane. England in rapturous delight.
We're proving people wrong. We're in another Euros final. Not many people can say that. So I think as a team, as a whole, we have to be very proud. But the job's not done. We still got one more massive final. That every single person in the dressing room, players, staff, have to give everything they've got to try and bring that trophy home.
Luke Shaw after the game last night, who I didn't realise till the other day, that has a tattoo of the Cocoa Pops monkey somewhere on his person.
Really?
Yeah. Who knew? Dave Kidd from the Sun did, apparently. Anyway, before we chat to Henry Winter from World Cup, let's just quickly wrap up England's innings. It's all over. John Norman at Lords.
It is indeed. Jamie Smith, fine knock on debut, but he's been dismissed for 70. Caught really well, actually, by the same fielder that affected that run out when you were last with me. Macaulay Louis, he's going to have to come out and bat very shortly. It meant that the crowd didn't get to see one last reverse sweep by Jimmy Anderson. He didn't face them all. But I suppose he walked off with a red inker. It's been a much more competitive day today. 3 wickets falling in the morning session, 4 in the afternoon. But really the damage was done yesterday with Gus Atkinson. Took 7 for 45. It means England's lead on first innings is 250. The West Indies have got about out 40 overs to give Andy Jacobs a day at Lords tomorrow. England bowled out for 371.
Yeah, not that optimistic.
No, we'll see.
Even if they score 450.
Was not those of... Anyway, so to see some play. But now, returning to the Euros, as we said with the good friends at Burger King, Henry Winter from World Soccer joins us. Hi, Henry.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Yeah, we're not too bad. I was reading some stuff on social media you put out today, some quotes from Gareth Southgate, admitting that he had been hurt by some of the criticism. He said, we all want to be loved. When you're doing something for your country, you're a proud Englishman, you don't get that love back, and you read all the criticism. It's very hard. I mean, he's been pretty open about his feelings and has encouraged players to talk about how they're feeling throughout, and he's continuing to do that.
Yeah, and he says he keeps off social media, and that's where some of the sort of, the more toxic criticism comes from, memes and all that. I actually think that the criticism of the England team, it's actually, in my experience of covering England for 30-odd years, they've actually been all football related. So nothing's been wax, there's been no hoolies, there's been no sort of captain's mutinies as we had in 2010. We haven't had any of the players suffer as donkeys as happened to David James. Vegetables. While one of the Graham Taylor's looking down from on high and thinking, Koeman, I finally got it. So actually it's been quite grown up, the debate in my experience, and I'm not particularly grown up, but the footballing debate, it's all been about, is there an imbalance, too many number 10s, and things like that. And when the criticism has come, I think what's new is the podcast with former players on podcasts, obviously like Gary Heath and Alan Shearer. But actually I thought the comments that they made generally, some comments that TalkSport, they were mainly football related. And when it comes from former players, maybe that hurts a little bit more because they really do know what they're talking about. Gary Heath and Alan Shearer have been in the position that Harry Kane's been in. So I thought this was slightly overplayed. This supposed criticism. I thought what was really cool and unacceptable was a very minority of fans had a go at Saturday after the Slovenia game and threw some sort of couple of empty beer glasses at him. But you know what? It has actually been absolutely brilliant. They were outnumbered 4-1 by the Dutch last night, and they just signed, got behind the team. So yeah, I think most people have been supportive because if you get to know Southgate, you know how proud and passionate he is. And of course there will be legitimate criticism about, does he react quickly enough? But you know what? He reacted last night. His substitutes were good. Obviously Shaw had come in at half time. But the two substitutions he made, I don't need to tell you about Cole Palmer and Ollie Watkins, everyone knows about, how good he is running behind. So Southgate absolutely got his substitutes right last night.
Do you think there's a distinction though between Gareth, the man manager, and the guy that's made it fun and acceptable to play for England again, and Gareth, the coach? Because I think there is, for me. I just don't think he is that great in games. And yes, he made the right calls yesterday, but much later than people wanted. And also, he reacted to changing the system, really, because again, much later than people were calling for, and it's worked. So basically, he's done what people have asked, and it's worked. So, I don't think that deflects from the fact that, he's a great bloke and a really terrific man, but I'm not sure about the coaching ability, but there you go.
But look, Koeman's change at half-time, it took him, 25 minutes to react to. Koeman was very good, he brought Weghorst on, and unfortunately, John Stones was in form and stood up to the challenge. And then Gareth. But look, you can't quibble too much when the French have already gone home. I mean, the Germans can't go home because it's on their doorstep. But the fact is that they're out there, and look, if he wins, history is written by the winners.
Absolutely. And obviously, if he'd been on the other side of the draw, might have been different. But,
Yeah, but you can say the other side of the draw, and I kind of get that. But, the Swiss weren't bad, the Bucks weren't bad. I take it they weren't running into a sort of Germany or France. Obviously, France not out the World Cup, and Spain are the best team around by a country mile. So, look, England have got their work cut out. But you know what? You talk about Southgate, very proud, very patriotic, changed the culture around England. I can remember covering England, and there'd be Manchester United players on one table, Liverpool players on the other table. There would be a tension. I remember talking to Steven Gerrard once, and he was talking, this was 2006, he was talking about the first time that he got called up. He was convinced when he walked through the hotel, wherever it was, beaches or whatever, that Gary Neville was behind a potted plant. He was going to come out and sort of just have a go at him. Because that was the Liverpool-Manchester United rivalry. You don't get that anymore. It is, look at two of England's best players yesterday, or kick-off, if you see how he does that, he's absolutely brilliant. Or whether he's sort of making sure that he's got the right frame of mind, he's got everything he needs, water bottle, towels when he goes into a penalty and shoots that. So there's a very much a sense of collectivity rather than the club fixing there were before.
Good to talk to you, Henry. We'll catch up with you soon. Thanks very much.
Pleasure, guys.
There we are. There's Henry Winter there over in Germany. And for now, that was a look back at the action, should I say, in association with Burger King. We're going to be chatting to Steve Perryman very shortly, Tottenham legend, who went on to be the director of football at Exeter City when Ollie Watkins was coming through. So we'll get Steve's take on the formative years of the man who scored the winning goal for England last night against the Dutch. That's all to come.
Big Match Review on Talk Sport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation's Shop, Save and Score stamp card.
This summer is for sharing. Introducing McDonald's new chicken share boxes with chicken McNuggets, selects and a choice of dips. Perfect for ordering in when the big game's on. Or if you're making the most of the sun with mates. Order now on McDelivery or in restaurant. Available till the 3rd of September 2024. Served from 11 a.m. Subject to availability.
I tell you what, Jet, it's been some journey, but here they are, just moments away from the whistle.
Absolutely, there's been twists, there's been turns, not to mention that parking of the bus. But as the clock runs down, I think they're going to make it.
It goes to show that you can really handle the pressure when your tyres are performing. I'm home. Has the game started yet?
Top performance.
Driving home from the match? Keep your tyres in peak condition. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quickfit. Drive away happy every time.
Friends, Germans, football fans, lend us your ears. Der Fußball in Germany is here. Und natürlich, TalkSport Bet has got a tasty tournament load of top offers to check out, including daily bet boost, in play, cash out, lucky dips, and special broadcast boost on all England and Scotland games. TalkSport Bet, back of das Net broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of yes!
Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
When can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gogh?
1 hour and 8.
Plenty of passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
Liverpool fans celebrate.
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hearn. Weekday mornings from 5 on Talk Sport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
Johann Sebastian Bach of the net.
It's a stunner. Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2.
First for Fußball.
Licensed broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
I like it.
Talk Sport News.
Former director of football at Exeter City, Steve Perryman, joins us very shortly to chat about Ollie Watkins' formative years. That's all to come. Don't forget 4 o'clock this afternoon. Jason Cunley and Andy Goldstein bring you Euro Drive. But let's get the news now with Emma Cohen.
Good afternoon. A manhunt's underway after 2 suitcases containing suspected human remains were found in Bristol. TalkSport's Jeremy Lieber reports.
Police received reports of the man acting suspiciously on the Clifton Suspension Bridge just before midnight last night. Officers say they got to the scene in less than 10 minutes, but he'd already left. They're now trying to find the man and identify the remains.
The Prime Minister won't commit to an extra bank holiday if England win Euro 2024.
We must mark it in some way, but the most important thing is getting over the line on Sunday.
Sir Keir Starmer says he doesn't want to jinx anything ahead of Sunday's final. A vigil's been held at a church following the killings of 3 members of commentator John Hunt's family in Hertfordshire. We're also just hearing suspect Kyle Clifford remains in hospital in a serious condition. Police also say they've recovered a crossbow. And water companies in England and Wales say the proposed water bills rises will be enough to tackle sewage spills and fix leaking pipes. Ofwat wants firms to limit increases to an average of £19 a year until 2030.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Ollie Watkins' match winner is nothing new for Villa fans, according to TalkSport's Gabby Agbonlahor, and England are all out for 371 at Lords on day 2. They lead the West Indies by 250 runs. More from Ben at 4.
Pump up your summer.
The UEFA Euro 2024 final, live
on TalkSport.
Time to make history.
This Sunday night from 6. Get all the fever pitch build-up ahead of full match commentary of Spain versus England, live in the UEFA Euro 2024 final
on TalkSport.
Energizing ball-by-ball, kick-by-kick coverage of the biggest tournament in European football.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Absolutely brilliant on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Good afternoon, Paul Hawksby, Andy Jacobs here on TalkSport. There's been a lot of talk of Ollie Watkins and his start. I mean, even Henry Wind, we were chatting to there, talking about the importance of the pyramid in another league, developing great players, among them Ollie Watkins, who got that decisive goal last night. And in Reading for our next guest appearance, I went back and found a piece that Exeter City put out with Ollie Watkins talking about Steve Perryman. Ollie said, I owe a lot to Steve. He was a big part in persuading Paul Tisdale, the manager, to give me a chance and to play me, and he stuck by me. His experience helps because he knows what he's talking about. He always gave me an honest opinion, never beat around the bush. He said, I remember when my form dipped, I went and spoke to Steve, and he was there for me. So, happy memories of his time when Steve was the director of football. We have Spurs legend, the skipper, Steve Perryman, joins us. Hi, Steve.
Hi there, how you doing, chaps?
Good, yes. Nice to hear that from Ollie. Happy memories. He said you were always honest with him when he was coming through.
Yeah, well, I felt it was very important in my upbringing back in the day. Bill Nick and Eddie Bailey, they absolutely told you how it was. And I reacted to that. We're not all the same, of course, but you can't beat about the bush with kids' careers. You've got to let them know what they need to do to improve, and if they're serious enough to take it on board. And sometimes it's about taking advice when you actually don't really know what you're being told as such. I relate it a little bit like going to the doctor. People go back and they explain to you what it is, and then they say, take these tablets. And, well, you don't really know whether it's right or wrong, but you're trusting the doctor. So hopefully Ollie trusted me, but a lot of others as well. There's an army of people at Exeter, mostly volunteers, that were part of that academy and school of excellence, to keep it all running and going with the aim of producing players to get in our first team or to sell them on, which is what has happened.
He says that he's put a lot of hard work into his game, which you can see that obviously he's improved year on year. And I presume you have been surprised at the improvement in his game. It was a tremendous season last year.
Not surprised at all. A willing worker, more of a team player than an individual when he was being developed. He always put in his spin, be it in training or in the games, and that's vitally important when you're trying to build something. But he obviously had flashes of brilliance in his game. One day, I think it was like a youth stroke reserves team, playing the first team and at the training ground, and this ball was played along the line to him, and he was coming out from the middle position. And it looked like he was just going to control it and turn back, pass back to the fullback maybe. He stepped over the ball, it ran. It was like a no-touch turn, and a very experienced right back ended up in the trees that had read the dummy, and that makes you think, oh, this is not normal. So, some of that is taught, but some of it is actually natural, and Ollie had a bit of both.
I suppose, Steve, it's knowing when to expose them to senior football when you haven't been playing at that stage, because they can sort of crash and burn, but obviously that's part of what you and Paul Tisdale did to know when was the right time to to get him in with the first team?
Yeah, Paul would have been the judge on that. Of course, you discuss everything, every aspect of it from your own points of view, but Tiz was the one who really took the chance with him. And most of all, I think the young players, it's important that they don't necessarily know their own game yet. So you have to help them forge their game, what they're good at, what they're not so good at, where you fit in the team, how we're going to serve you. For instance, say we signed a 19-year-old from a top club, top league, a centre forward, and Tiz would get him in the office and he'd say, so how do you score your goals? And obviously the length of time it took to answer, they weren't really sure. So that means that there's nothing consistent yet to their game. If you look at, say, Gary Lineker, he found holes in the back line to arrive on crosses for a one-touch finish. That's what he did. And then the strength of him was the mental strength of saying, well, it's not come yet, and I've been doing this for 80 minutes, I better keep doing it for the next 10 minutes, and one might arrive. Guess what? It does. So the other thing I think about strongly is all your training and all your talks and all the videos and all the stats, it comes down to what do I think will happen next on this pitch? What do I think? And I think Ollie said it in the interview. You know, he spoke to the lad who plays for Chelsea and he said, look, we'll both go on second half and you'll set me up and I'll score. But straight away the mind leads the body. So when he picked that up, the ball, to pass it, Ollie was already on his way. So I think that's a very, very important part. If you decide and you gamble on what you think will happen next, you're going to be that little fraction in front of your opponent. And that's exactly what happened with Ollie. And then the fact it went through the defender's legs. And I never realised that forwards practice going through the legs until I read an interview with Harry Kane. He spoke about how he practiced that because he realised the situation that the defenders were in, of their sort of desperation to block, and that meant the space between their legs. So yeah, well done.
Yeah. So were you out the chair last night, Steve, when that one went in?
Yes. Absolutely was. You sort of invest you invest your time into these youngsters, and it's very nice. Not that he's been repaid. He doesn't have to repay anything. Ollie, a nice young man, always committed, and probably, I mean, this sounds a bit wrong, but it was probably the first Premiership body that we've developed through the system. And I'm not saying that we did special things with him to develop his body, but he had the body, and he had the mind and the common sense to go with it. And you know, we produced other good players who haven't reached Ollie's position yet. But please still excellent. So we keep producing players because that's the way this supporter-led club is going to survive. Probably the only way it's going to survive.
Because that's right. The other thing is, I mean, we talk about Adrian Edmondson, the comedian, who's an Exeter fan these days, and Adrian was saying to us, he said they talk longingly about the Ollie Watkins money. It's been very important to the club, hasn't it?
Well, it's been non-stop. It's been non-stop, and I've got to tell you that Tiz accepted £200,000 less than Brentford gave us. And I won't name the club, but I said, Tiz, that's very brave for a club that's skint. You took 1.8 instead of the £2 million we got on the table. That is so brave. And he said, but we'll earn more money out of Ollie if he goes to Brentford than he goes to that second club. It's interesting. So he had a long-term look on it, and I think this... Hopefully he gets sold again at some point and Exeter get a bit more money.
That wouldn't have hurt last night, would it?
There'll be very brief matches when they come, but there'll be a clamour for him to start. What do you think of that?
I said that to my friend, a very good judge this morning, and he said, well, I was thinking yesterday, why is he not putting the Brentford lad on?
Yeah, Tony, yeah.
So neither of us are wrong, because you never know what actually would have happened. But this is what the manager has to consider the whole time. Bless him, he's getting a lot right.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve, always a pleasure. Lovely to talk to you. Thanks very much.
See you, chaps.
Take it easy. There we are. There's Steve Perryman, who was the director of football. Yeah, lovely comments from Ollie Watkins about his time with Steve. So
He sounds like a good lad.
yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm sure the loving continues and all the build-up continues. But what about Spain? How are they feeling about it all? Tim Lee is a commentator and broadcaster who lives in Barcelona and has done for many years. So we're going to take the pulse of the Spanish nation via an expat before we leave. We're coming up at 4 o'clock. Andy Goldstein, Jason Cundy with Eurodrive. We should check in with Lisa O'Sullivan, shouldn't we, at Wimbledon. Lisa.
Yeah, we're deep in this third set. Donna Vekic having to dig very deep to stay in the set with Jasmine Paolini and go through to her first ever Grand Slam final. Paolini has woken up the centre court crowd, coming back from a set down, hustling for points, but it is the Croatian who's back in front. Took the first set 6-2, lost that second 4-6 to the very popular Italian, and she is 4-3 up and now looking to consolidate the break of serve, because there's no point breaking it if you don't then hold. So just challenging a point here, but Vekic serving 15-30, one set all. She leads 4-3 in the decider.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Englishman in Barcelona joining us shortly. West Indies reply as their second innings just got underway. We'll keep you in touch with that with John Norman. But we're here with Toolstation. Don't forget the Toolstation Club. You can join now to win great prizes for the Shop Save and Score stamp cards.
The stable boy hoisted you onto the saddle. You wrapped your arms around him and experienced love like never before. While you were buying dishwasher salt. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible. Subscription required. See audible.co.uk for terms.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Store stamp card.
Investing with AJ Bell feels so good, you'll just have to ring that bell. What's that? You haven't got a bell? That's cool. You can ring any bell. Church bell, cowbell, doorbell, bus bell. You can even ring an Annabelle.
Hello, Annabelle speaking.
That's it. That's the sweet sound of... Oh, okay, you want all bells. Dinner bells, bike bells, gun bells, sleigh bells, tubular bells, hells bells. Any bell, anywhere, anytime you like. That's the sweet sound of investing with AJ Bell. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. The value of investments can go down as well as up.
You're looking good. You're looking sharp.
Righty here. I'm just giving the new Gillette Labs razor a go, and it's smooth. 5 long-lasting blades, and it's got a flex disc that adapts to my gorgeous face. Done in no time, then it goes back on its magnetic stand for a finish almost as good as one of mine. And if you don't agree it's the ultimate shave, get your money back. 18 plus, retain receipt, terms and conditions apply.
Incredible scenes here at the Village Hotel's Pub and Grill. Fans are taking their place in the fan zone with stadium-style seating. Amazing views on huge screens, and we're underway. Lovely bit of dribbling there as she tackles the burger stack. Now they're getting down the wings. Sticky barbecue, unbelievable. Oh, and he's hit the bar. And he's there. His favourite ice cold beer. What a result. Catch every game live in the Pub and Grill at Village. Get in. Find out more at villagehotels.com.
Get match ready with Club Card prices. Like Plaza Centro Prosecco 75 centilitres, now £5, down from £7. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Drinks are 18 plus, majority of large stores ends 15th of July. Club Card app required.
TalkSport Breakfast in partnership with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. Move up through the gears every morning with top of the range sports edition, ABS, story breaking news, and more gold talk to the gallon. Plus a stellar lineup of super celebrity sports guests as standard. TalkSport Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 on TalkSport. Sport with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK.
Talk Sport traffic.
Hampshire, the M27 westbound is partly blocked after a collision between Southampton Docks at Junction 3 and Junction 2 for Romsey. In West Yorkshire, the M1 southbound is partly blocked by a breakdown just by Junction 41 for Cargate. And in Kent, the westbound M20, that's partly blocked after a breakdown as well. That's between Junction 9 for Ashford and the A20 and Junction 8 for Leeds Castle and Maidstone services. I'm Adam Wood.
They score! No one gets you closer to the action.
Kick it up, kick it in, kick it on.
Euro Hawksby and Jacobs
On Talk Sport.
I like it.
You're not going to be able to play a European Championship final without having to face a really good side, so we're going to have to be ready for that regardless. But I think, very slick with the ball, very fluid. I think they have a reputation, Spanish football, for being always really nice and neat with the ball, whereas actually what I think they've done really well this tournament is vary the game as well, a great team, great side, and I know obviously a few of the lads from Madrid and two from La Liga, and they're really great professionals and have great mentalities as well, so, I'm probably sounding like giving them a bit too much credit, but to be fair, that's how much I respect a lot of them, and we'll have to be up to our best if we want to win it.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be afraid of Jude Bellingham as well. They know what he's capable of. They watch him every week.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And I suppose that other side of the draw argument goes out the window if you ultimately go out and beat the best team in the competition.
Absolutely.
Let's cross to Spain now. I've got to cross to Barcelona. Tim Lee is a commentator and broadcaster out there. He's been living in the country for a long time now. So, yeah, we thought we would take the pulse of a nation via an expat. Hey, Tim.
Hey Paul, hey Andy, how you doing?
We're good, thank you. So I suppose we should sort of go back again. What was the feeling really going into the tournament? Did most sort of Spanish football fans think they would have a very good tournament, and did they expect them to get to the final?
No, not at all, Paul. Actually, going into the tournament, there wasn't much expectation. Despite the fact that the team won the Nations League last year. Now, obviously, some countries don't give as much importance to that competition. But in Spain, that was very much valued as A, a tournament that Spain had never won, and B, a tournament that could give some validation and credibility to the new project under Luis de la Fuente. So they won that last year. They beat Croatia and Italy in that final four to do so. But despite that, and despite a strong qualifying campaign, I think before this Euros, the overall feeling in Spain was that they weren't quite ready. There was a fair amount of disillusionment in the way that the Spain team under Luis Enrique had played and exited the World Cup in Qatar. So expectation wasn't that high, and what's happened since has by all means completely exceeded expectation, because Spain has appreciated and enjoyed the wonderful football that the team has played.
They've got so much creativity in that midfield, Fabian Ruiz, Dani Olmo and Rodri, so it will be difficult. But what do they make of England out there?
Huge respect, and I say that even though obviously England haven't been firing on all cylinders. You've spoken about the easier side of the draw. That's all clear to see. They can see that in the earlier matches under Southgate, this England team hadn't found their rhythm, hadn't found their groove. But despite that, I really think that there is huge respect for England. They know that there is the individual quality. They also see the improvement in the last couple of games since the change in formation. A sign of a good team is to be able to win or get through the rounds even when you're not playing brilliantly. And so there is respect. Spain may have beaten the likes of Croatia, Italy, Germany, France to get here. But now everything that's come before counts for nothing. And they know how good Bellingham is. They know how good Kane is. They've got great respect for England and know that they'll have a huge challenge on Sunday.
There must be a real buzz though about Lamine Yamal and the way he's played where you are in Barcelona, Tim.
Massive buzz. He has already played 50 games for Barcelona. His list records broken is extraordinary already. We've seen throughout the past season his sublime quality, his outrageous potential, his staggering maturity. So even before this Euros, he was considered an absolute jewel of Spanish football. But Did anyone really expect him to play with this much quality, this much maturity on such a big stage, and then leading up to the semi-final with France, to put in a display of that calibre, to score a goal of that calibre in such a difficult moment when your side needs some inspiration? So Paul, the excitement surrounding him, understandably, is astronomical. What a young player.
And where are you going to watch the game? Do you go to a bar or do you like to watch it at home?
Andy, I like to be at home, I'll be honest. I like to soak it in and be able to not be interrupted and really, really get my eyes and ears across it. So I'll be at home, and I really feel that it is a final with great ingredients, because you've got two teams with such different narratives. You know, Spain riding the crest of a wave in terms of their performances and their results. A relatively new project, given that De La Fuente took over at the end of the World Cup in Qatar, compared to England, who have been under criticisms, well discussed by you and Henry earlier on, have been grinding out the results. It's a much longer project in which they've already had the Euro final against Italy, World Cup semi-final, for example. So just really different propositions, different teams, different ways of playing, and what a great final I think it'll be.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy, Tim. Good to talk to you. All the best.
Cheers, guys.
Spanish commentator, broadcaster Tim Lee there, out in Barcelona. Well, the build-up continues. I think our old mate Paul Breen-Turner will join us.
Yeah.
With another expat, a Brit abroad in Spain.
It's so exciting.
It is very exciting. And enjoy the cricket tomorrow.
Yeah, there will
get some play. He'll be back on Monday to pour over England's victory in the European Championship. I'll be here with Charlie Baker. He'll be bouncing off the walls. Be like a kid on the Sunny Delight. It'll be unbearable, especially as Ollie Watkins comes from Newton Abbott, where he was a talky ball boy, where they had nothing else.
Of course he was.
Anyway, enjoying myself. We've squeezed in the clips of the week. We've recorded those. We'll play those out for you tomorrow. Do hope you can join us. But coming up next, it's Andy Goldstein and Jason Cundy. They're going to bring you Euro Drive. Have a good evening.
Get the match ready with Club Card prices. Like Doritos tortilla chips, 180 grams, now £1.25, down from £2.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores in 16th of July. Club Card or app required.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Become a Toolstation Club member today for the chance to win great prizes with Toolstation Shop, Save and Store stamp card.
The British Gas Summer of Savings is here. Book your boiler service now for only £69. That's down from £93. And did you know we fix more than boilers? There's other savings for your home this summer. British Gas can fix almost everything. Well, except the weather. £69 offer for annual contract signed by 10th of September. Complete service by 30th of September. For terms, visit britishgas.co.uk.
Get safe and secure. Get an online DBS check. Whether you need a basic, standard or enhanced certificate, DBS Check Online is a government-approved provider of efficient and reliable DBS checks for individuals and businesses. Our simple and stress-free online process allows you to track your application at every stage, with extra support from our proactive staff. Plus, applications can be processed in as little as 3 working hours. Apply at dbscheckonline.org.uk.
We are getting so close. Let's keep everything the same to keep the good luck.
Yeah, same t-shirts, couch spots, same place to buy the snacks.
I've got to look BP on my way back from Leeds. I can't go back at... Fine, I'll go back to the Lucky BP.
Yeah.
Lucky BP! Lucky BP!
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
As we all know, prices keep rising. So at B&Q, we've nailed down hundreds of ours. Prices nailed at B&Q. You can do it when you B&Q it.
Prices held until at least 9th of September 2024. Held prices may be subject to temporary discounts. Subject to availability. Excludes B&Q local stores.
As the giants of European football prepare for greatness in Germany, make sure you're in the zone with all the latest form, odds and team sheet speculation from the experts at William Hill. Every match day throughout the tournament on Euro
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with William Hill. Win 25% more on every single game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra.
Online only. Available day before match to kick off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections at 3 to 1+. Pre-match singles. Max stake £20. Full TCC supply. 18+. Gamblerware.org.
On 1049 and 1053 medium wave. On Tigo Beam. Online and on your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
Talk Sport.
Hello, good afternoon. Next up is Drive Time with me, Andy Goldstein, Jason Cundy alongside. What should we talk about? What's in the news? Is there any, what's happening at Wimbledon? Is there cricket? We're in the final of the year. Oh my goodness. We're in the finals of the year. Oh. We're just going to talk about it. We're going to talk about everything and anything. Right? 03717222344. Me, Andy Goldstein, Jason Cundy, and England in the final. Listen, the final Euros. Say that again. When was the last time anyone said that? Oh, say it again. A few years back. Oh, yeah. Say it again. Final what are you doing Sunday? I'm going to watch England in the final of the Euros. What are you doing Sunday? About 8 o'clock. Stay. You're going to watch England final again? I'm numb nuts. Who? Don't you can say that on the show, can you? Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. 03717222344 if you want to join the party. Literally join the party. Talk to numbnuts. Time for the sport is Ben Fletcher.
Talk Sports Update with Trusted Trader. Millions of people use Trusted Trader to find reputable tradespeople like you. Apply today at trustedtrader.com.
Talk Sport.
Good afternoon. Ollie Watkins is still the name on the lips of all England fans this afternoon.
It's the biggest moment of his life.
As soon as Watkins got his foot on the ball, his goal to send England to Sunday's final in Berlin was never in doubt. That's according to former Exeter manager Paul Tisdale, who's told TalkSport his protégé's philosophy is less is more.
He knew he was going to score. He just wanted one chance. He was completely clear that he was going to score. And I think that is all about, that's what you need to be a goal scorer.
The only other England manager to take a squad to 2 major finals has no advice for Gareth Southgate. The Lionesses head coach Sarina Wiegman is keeping her fingers crossed.
That's incredible already. I think they know exactly what they want to do and how they want to do it. So I just wish them all the best. And in England you would say, let's bring it home, don't they?
You can hear the Lionesses versus Republic of Ireland in Euros qualifying on Friday night over on TalkSport 2. As for the Euro 2024 final, we'll bring you that live, of course, here on TalkSport. To Lords, where the West Indies are back at the crease after bowling England out for 371. TalkSport's John Norman is watching.
All eyes on Jimmy Anderson again, yet to take a wicket in the innings. West Indies 8 without loss, so they trail by 242. Anderson's bowled 3 overs of West Indies' second innings. West Indies competitive today, taking the last 7 wickets this morning and in the afternoon. Jamie Smith top scoring with 70. A lot of work to do though. They trail by 242. West Indies 8 without loss in second innings.
And rugby, Finn Baxter will start for England for the first time against New Zealand on Saturday. The Harlequins prop replaces Joe Marler, the only change to the starting 15 that lost 16-15 last time out.
Talk Sport News.
The man suspected of killing 3 women in Bushey is still in hospital. Police say they've not been able to speak to him yet. And the Prime Minister says we should mark Sunday's final against Spain if England win, amid calls for an extra bank holiday. More with Emma at 30:30.
TalkSport weather with Quick Fit. Get 10% off 2 or more Bridgestone Turanza All-Season 6 tyres and claim a free night away for 2. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Conditions apply.
Outbreaks of rain continuing to affect central areas throughout the afternoon, drying up as the day goes on. Call for many of us, the best of the sunshine in the south.
Talk Sport.
Licensed broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Euro on a great number here, matey.
Euro Drive with Andy Goldstein and Jason Cundy
on Talk Sport.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Euro Drive with me, Andy Goldstein, and very excitable Jason Cundy alongside.
Hello, Sticks. Oh, what a day, what a night.
Well, I think we've got a show for you. We really do. We'll be asking whether a foul in the box should always be a penalty. Is it sometimes a little bit too harsh? Western Superman director Ed Bliss joins us as we go back to the start of England here at Ollie Watkins' career, and we want to hear from the Scots, the Irish and the Welsh fans. What will you be doing on Sunday at 8 p.m? I should laugh. No, I should laugh. On top of that, we'll also speak to former world champion turned promoter Josh Warrington. Joins us on the show, but as you would imagine, it's heavily to do with the Euros in England. This is Euro Drive on TalkSport. You can get involved. We'd love you to. 03717 222 All right, my boy.
Hello, matey. How are you?
Well, I'm okay. I got in this morning after my celebrations at 5:15. I just treated myself to an ice cream.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how sort of away with the fairies that I currently am. I don't know what happens in the next 3 hours. Although when that red light goes on, you sort of get through it. I nearly booked a seat on a plane about an hour ago. I was looking through something on Uber. Is it Uber? And I was talking to Yasmin outside, and I went, can you book a plane on Uber? She's like, yeah, you can book. No. And I went, anyway, I just want to find out. And she went, oh, you just booked a flight. You just booked the ticket.
What do you mean?
You can book a ticket. You can book a...
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Correct. Where are you going? Not Berlin, was it?
I don't know.
Saturday morning.
But I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling good. I'm not.
No, I know you're not.
But you know what? I'm absolutely buzzing. Bizarrely, I've got non-stop playing in my head, and it's not even my favourite tune. Football's coming home again. I've got the constant footballs. I think because when I was at Box Park Wembley yesterday, one of the videos that I put out on social media is that, so everyone went nuts when that song's playing. It's stuck in my head.
Yeah, and it's a worm, especially this time of year, especially this moment now where we're at.
Incredible.
You're standing in a situation where we can become European champions. It's remarkable. Look, we're going to talk about last night, and rightly so, and enjoy the moment. That's what football's about.
Yeah.
But of course, Sunday comes round, and those moments will mean nothing if we don't bring home. That's what you got to do. Got to win it now. Have to win it from here.
Yeah.
Got to win it.
Talk about that later on. I just want to talk about you because I saw your video on social media of you and O'Hara going nuts. Were you going nuts and chunking out O'Hara?
Yeah, I get.
You lose it more than I think any grown man that I know.
I don't know how I do it. It's just it's just insane, mate. I do lose my mind. I lost. It was remarkable that we scored another late goal. Another late. That one last night. So we're in the office, for those that don't know, because we're in the office here, and we watch it in the green room live on YouTube. And the office audio that comes through, we listen to the comms from Jim Proudfoot, comes through about 3 or 4 seconds, maybe a bit longer before the TV. So the audio...
we haven't got that in that room.
No, we haven't got that in the room. So we're watching the live feed via UEFA. But the boys in the office are listening to it. We're watching the telly, but hearing the audio.
Well, that's awful.
And it's not a great way, but because...
Why don't they turn it down in the office?
They don't. I don't know why. They don't. Maybe but we heard this scream from outside, and you're thinking, because we've had goals disallowed. Foden was offside in one of them. Saka had a goal disallowed. So you don't know what the goal looks like. It might be offside, might come off a hand, there's all of that.
Yeah.
So when it goes in, we're waiting for something to happen, and it happens, mate. I nearly choked poor O'Hara out, yeah, it was...
It's great you lose
it's just one of those moments, mate. You don't get many in life, especially watching England, but it's just been absolute... What a roller coaster this ride has been. What a roller coaster, mate.
The whole day today just feels really special. I don't know if you feel like that, but yesterday we were very lucky. We did the show from Wembley Box Park. You were there for... I don't know if you're aware of this because you were smashed to pieces on the show. You were there for about an hour and a half. I thoroughly enjoyed the show. Gabby was brilliant. Ollie Murs was just on the display. He was fantastic. And then, of course, we stay there and the game starts and you're drinking. There's a lot of TalkSport people there, so it's nice to be able to drink with everyone and you're not working and then all of that happens. And I haven't stopped since then. It's just been, as I said, I got in at 4:45 this morning.
Where did you go after that?
Oh, well, this is what's bizarre. I ended up I went somewhere in Soho, and then we got kicked out somewhere about 1 o'clock, and then I ended up, couldn't tell you where it is now, I just remember going, it's so weird that this is not busy and everyone else is, and then I just remember walking downstairs.
Yeah. And there's what, loads of...
No.
Okay.
And it was just, and I thought, what was it? And then I walked in, I went, this is weird, I don't know. And I was like, I might have to go, I was quite drunk. And he went, do you want a pint? And I went, staying here tonight, yeah. And I left there about 4.
Those places in London, you couldn't go back there now.
Well, I don't know where it is.
If you like to depend on it, you couldn't go back there, could you? You couldn't, honestly. I know.
You're going to win £1 million. All you've got to do is find where you were about 12 hours ago.
Well, I didn't go to bed until gone 4 this morning. I went home, phoned my boy in Australia, and had a chat to him. We were drinking.
Have you got the result yet?
they're a little bit, they're in front. They might have had it before.
Oh, okay, right. He goes, I know, we've won the final as well.
Yeah, I spoke to him, just messaged him, but you know, because I can't after a game like night like that. I can't sleep, mate. I'm terrible. I literally got home, and it felt like I just woke up. I was buzzing that much. Honestly, it's just what do you do?
So on Sunday you'll do the watch along, right?
Might be with your box park again.
Oh, okay.
Doing the watch along with Numbnuts, and then just doing the phone in from 11 until 11 until 2. We do it. We're taking calls till 2 a.m. mate.
You're not.
Mate,
hold on. Who's come up with that? Because if we lose, you don't want to go till 2. Someone's got to pull the reins back on that show if we lose.
Yeah, we
might. Imagine taking that call at 5 to 2. You go, Southgate's got to go. Yeah, I know. I've heard it, mate. I've heard this since we came on air 4 hours ago.
At 1 o'clock there might be a TalkSport special with Danny Kelly going.
What's going to be said in 4 hours that can't be said in 3? I get it if we win, right? You can go on for days, but someone needs to reassess that.
There's also that. It's quite cathartic to talk about when England get beat. You and I don't. After the Euros against Italy 3 years ago, mate. I remember doing the show with you. It's just heartbreaking. It's this, you know, what you've got to be there for people, right?
Are you getting double bubble for that? You must be getting more money. What? Yeah, well,
the double bubble at £4.50 an hour. Anyway, so
we're not 225.
Yeah, it's good.
It's gone up, is it?
Right. So yeah, we went from 11 until 2. So not 10 till 1, so it's still...
If it goes extra time on pens, presumably you're later, it'll still be a 4 hour show, so you might finish at 3.
I don't know, mate. I don't care. Do you know what? If we win, I couldn't care less, mate. They might have to scrape me off it, drag me out.
Rufus abuses. What are you saying, Rufus? Is it news to you as well that it's a 4 hour show? Rufus is sitting way out, laughing. He's going till 2 in the morning, I know. Imagine making that call at 1:45, thinking, do you know what, I think I will phone up now, actually. Congratulate Gareth.
No, they will. So we come off...
What sort of call are you going to get a call with Joe?
Steve, we came off air last night with O'Hara, and we could have taken calls, mate. We could have taken calls right through, and I was listening to Paul Ross. They were taking calls on the way home. They were
taking calls about a man that's been made out of paper clips. I'm not. Have a listen to this. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has been speaking to reporters at the NATO summit in Washington this afternoon and hinted at the possibility of an extra bank holiday should England go all the way.
Well, we should certainly mark the occasion. I don't want to jinx it. I went to the last Euros final. I want to go through that again. So don't want to jinx anything. We must mark it in some way. But the most important thing is getting over the line in some way.
I don't want to jinx it either, but if we win, I mean everyone, the whole country's got to have Monday off.
Well, I think win, lose or draw. Well, obviously it can't be a draw. Win or lose. I think Monday the offices. You know, if you own a company, I'd expect your employees anywhere after 11 o'clock. I would expect them to come in, whether we win or lose it. But I mean, who cares about bank holiday? I mean, what he's going to announce it when? What, bank holiday on the Monday? How's that work?
On final whistle.
What? So Keir Starmer, he's in charge of the country. Just turn around and say, right, tomorrow everyone bank holiday. Couldn't care less.
Yeah, you're right. It should be that. We're going to talk copious amounts of football. We're also going to talk a little bit of cricket, especially when there's been a wicket in the cricket, and there's been one now. John Norman can tell us more.
And it's gone the way of Jimmy Anderson as well. The first wicket to fall in the second innings for West Indies, and it's Craig Brathwaite who has been dismissed. Jimmy Anderson bowling from the pavilion end. That's his 120th wicket, running in from that famous old pavilion, and he's got one to move down the hill, and it's cut Brathwaite in half, basically. He's taken the middle stump, so Brathwaite's got to go cheaply for the second time in the match. West Indies, who earlier today bowled England out for 371, the deficit on first innings of 250. They're still 238 runs behind England on 12 for 1.
Good work, John. We'll keep up to date this afternoon. With all that this afternoon. A quick question for you. You're Chelsea through and through. I've asked you this before about would you rather Chelsea win the Premier League or the Champions League or win the Euros, and you said Chelsea.
Yeah.
Now in the final, we changed your answer.
No, but now I'm here. I'm as passionate England fan as anyone, but Chelsea, the disappointment of not winning a Champions League final is very different. If England get beat on Sunday, the feeling will not be the same as if we got beat.
Let's not talk about that. One thing I do want to talk about, and we'll take calls in as well, we'll take calls on all things England. You said to me something which I thought this morning in the lift, I thought we need to talk about that. You said yesterday was Gareth Southgate's greatest ever managerial moment.
Yeah.
Just to elaborate on that,
Well,
and then we'll take calls.
look, there's been so much conjecture about Gareth, the way that he's managed the team, about substitutions, not making the right subs at the right time. But one thing you can't deny is that yesterday he got all the right subs at all the right time that made a difference. The manager's job in a 90-minute game, if it's not going your way, how do you change it? How do you influence it from the bench? Last night, you cannot deny that Gareth's subs have gotten them the right time. In other games, we felt we could have done a bit earlier. In fact, O'Hara was calling for Watkins to come on 10 minutes before he did. But he got it right, gets it right. He brings on Palmer, brings on Watkins, the two link up, goal 90th minute, and win the final.
Yeah. Okay, we'll talk about that. And also, he took Phil Foden off, and I thought he was one of England's best players, actually. But I can't poo-poo it, right? As you said, it was Palmer to Watkins. And that was the winning goal. Lots to talk about. We'll talk about Gareth Southgate. We'll talk about whether or not you think he's coming home. If you want to phone up and talk about the fact that you poo-pooed Southgate early on, now you've changed your mind. Whatever you want to talk about, England, we are here for you. 03717223344. Come on, National Radio, and have your say.
Introducing the Galaxy Book 4 Edge, the new Copilot Plus PC from Samsung, packed with AI features. Purple, Monkey, dishwasher.
Whoa, look, AI can't do everything, but with the Snapdragon X Elite processor, the Galaxy Book 4 Edge delivers phenomenal performance and up to 22 hours of battery life, so you can create and connect like never before.
That sounds brilliant.
The Galaxy Book 4 Edge laptop. A new AI era begins. Buy now from Samsung.com. Battery based on brightness, 150 nits and airplane mode on.
Sounds like someone's lowered prices with their Tesco Club Card. Like Magnum Euphoria or Magnum Chill-Free Ice Cream Sticks, now only £2.50, down from £4. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel them. To lower prices, Tesco, every little helps.
Majority of larger stores ends 22nd of July. Club Card wrap required.